What's up, people? How y'all doing? I didn't center myself. I'm still not really. It's good enough. It's good enough. All right. How y'all doing? I was on a walk yesterday after I ended stream. And on the ground, found these cool ass sunglasses. These are fucking Ray-Bans, bro. I looked them up. I mean, obviously they're used from the ground sunglasses. The new, these are like $100 sunglasses. They're like $130 sunglasses. So from now on, I'm gonna show up to debates like this. Okay, this is the strategy. This is the winning strategy. I can't really, my screen looks a little. First of all, you guys can see my setup in the reflection of them. That's a little weird. And then also, it's kind of hard to see my screen like this. It's fine. It's fine. It's also annoying to wear them with headphones. Hold on. If I put them on first. Then. There's smudges on them. Petroleum gas, crude petroleum, refined petroleum. 96 billion, so decently sized country that only exports oil. Saudi Arabia? What's the second most? How do I get rid of this one? Raw aluminum. I feel like Saudi Arabia wouldn't have these. I feel like is there any raw aluminum in Saudi Arabia? 96 billion. I don't know what the GDP of Saudi Arabia is, but I think it might be more than that. I feel like Kuwait would be less. I feel like we've had Kuwait before and it was not this. I'm gonna guess Indonesia has a lot of oil, right? But they would have more stuff in this. They would have more than 96 billion in exports, right? I'm gonna guess. I feel like Iran would have more. I feel like Georgia would have less. It might be. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Iraq. Damn. Wait, is it Kuwait? It might be Yemen or Oman, because Kuwait is literally borders Iraq. It might not be that far away. I'm gonna guess Kuwait, but damn, yeah, okay. Directly southeast of Kuwait. Qatar? Yeah. Qatar makes sense, I guess. I could have guessed that. Oh, Jesus. 303 billion. Pretty big country. It's very diversified. I'm going to guess this looks like it might be Japan. Hmm. 303 billion's a lot. Germany? Is it Poland? Yeah. I guess it makes sense. I gotta figure out how to read these things. I know how to read most of this stuff, I guess, but I don't know, cause like I don't know the best way to respond to whatever talking point people just like cite a news article. They're like, oh look, Apple investing billion, 2 trillion, quadrillion dollars in plant in Michigan or whatever because of the tariff. I don't know how to best. The best response I feel like is like, opportunity cost, and also we have to think about things in aggregate. So like usually the thing I bring up is the export market because it's I don't know, I feel like it's easiest to kind of, or not easiest, but I feel like it's really important to try to explain why imports and exports are like intrinsically linked, and like exports are the way we pay for imports, because it's just so if you can get someone to understand that a tax on imports is also a tax on exports, then like the whole equation changes, because like you can it's pretty easy to explain. It's pretty easy to like recognize that like any argument that you make for like jobs or anything is gonna have it's just not as sound, because you might protect jobs in the X sector, but you're going to hurt jobs in the export sector. That might be confused. X sector as in exit, like, because it's an X sector than exports. I mean, like you might protect jobs in a specific sector, whatever you're tariffing, but you are always going to harm the export sector. Although, guess what? Don't worry, guys. Donald Trump figured it out. 4D chess, okay? He read about that. He understands exchange rate appreciation and said, I'm going to cause so much uncertainty that people just start dumping their dollars. But no, like when you look at like things like, this is a release that came out today. It's one of the things that we look at, like I think it's this, right? ISM Manufacturing Index or whatever. Or it might not be this. I don't know. But it's like we actually like look at surveys of businesses. It seems like they are not particularly happy about the direction things are going in. Also, what's up, Throttle Gaming? Like everything is they're expecting basically everything to go down except for prices, which makes sense. And you look at like the GDP now forecast, like I have everything. If you look at this, it's like everything. You can see GDP's forecast to be down, but a lot of that is, the trade deficit, or a lot of it is basically being fooled by kind of a phantom trade deficit or I don't want to say phantom trade deficit, by people importing gold, and because of the way we collect the data, sometimes it doesn't reflect. It's not like accurately reflecting how that actually affects GDP, but that's why they have the gold adjusted thing, which is also still showing a contraction, by the way. But I don't know. It seems like when you look at like the things we care about, I don't know if we should care about the change in private inventories, but it's like you can see this blue bar, consumer spending, seems like it's down. Residential investment seems down for the most part. And then the green, non-residential fixed investment is up sometimes, down sometimes. Like you can look at like actually, the days where they like announce tariffs, it seems like it's sometimes down a little bit, but down relative to how much it was growing, over here, like 0.38, and it'll be high. It'll be like, 0.69. Consumer spending's down. 0.98, 108, 108. What are you looking at? Oh, Jesus, everything's bright now. I think this is only, it doesn't go back as far as I'd want it to be, but I mean, if you look at this, it seems like non-residential fixed investment is not doing too hot in aggregate. Scary word, guys. Scary word, guys. But I don't know. I gotta figure out. I gotta make a Notion page for it, maybe. But when was defer? It first started being like majorly negative in February. So I mean, it only has one. It only has one of these before everything went to shit. We can look at non-residential fixed investment. What's up, Jojo? I'll come back. What is this? Oh, do people keep? I need to make so many Notion pages. I need to organize everything. Oh. But if people, the pharmaceutical tariff thing. People keep citing like the national security thing for that. I'm just not. I'm just like. Like, really? Like, are we... Is it that bad that we rely on the EU for the production of medicine? All the, like, actual high-value stuff, as in designing the medicine, doing all the trials for the medicine, doing all the actual innovation, happens in America. We are like number one in that. China's number two, and we're number one by a pretty wide margin. So I don't even know. Are you debating Randy Zoomer? I think, yeah. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about those. But what's up, Sonsel? Not much right now. I think we're in like 10 minutes going to be talking to someone. But this, I have to remember. I always have to remember that my brain is broken. My brain is broken. Everyone else's brain is normal. Okay? Because to me, I would so much rather like cite a paper that says like, hey, tariffs lead to like X, decrease in foreign investment or like whatever. But like to ordinary people, it's way better to just like bring up that Mr. Beast tweet. Because I think Mr. Beast explained this well. Mr. Beast tariff tweet. I wonder if I look it up, will it just yeah. Rennie Zoomer, where is he at? Well, I mean, I think he's presumably going to join this call in 10 minutes or something. I think that's what we agreed to in my server. Ironically, because of all the new tariffs, it is now way cheaper to make our chocolate bars we sell globally, not in America, because other countries don't have a 20% tariff on our cogs. Like, I think this is way more meaningful to people, because it's like way more intuitive. And also, like, there's a letter of, like, from some manufacturers or whatever that went over why they were upset. Like, I think the national, whatever. No, I mean, his channel, like, YouTube, Kick, or TikTok. He has a Kick channel, I think. He might be on other stuff, too. I'm pretty sure he's a Groyper. Sorry, I shouldn't even say I'm pretty sure. This dude is a fucking Groyper. But in the past several months, several commentators refer to tariffs as a consumption tax. There is a certain intuition behind this, an excise tax levied on the purchase of imported goods, many of which are final consumer goods. However, there's an important difference. Tariffs apply to capital goods like machinery and equipment used by businesses. This means that tariffs, unlike consumption taxes, can penalize investment. What? The structure of consumption taxes can vary, but they all share a key feature. They do not apply to savings and investment. For example, value-added taxes apply to all business sales, but provide firms for a refund for any tax paid on purchases from other businesses. Retail sales tax exempts all business-to-business transactions and applies only to sales on end consumers. This is true in theory. I will mention it is interesting that the sales tax in U.S. states are usually implemented not very well. So, like, the estimate I've seen is 40% of their revenue actually does come from taxing business-to-business transactions. Which is funny. It's funny because half the justification for tariffing, or I was going to say half, one of the justifications for tariffing these other countries is that they have a VAT, a value-added tax. And as this mentions, value-added tax is actually it's just a trade-neutral consumption tax. And this mentions, businesses get a refund for any tax paid on purchases from other businesses. So it doesn't tax business transactions, and therefore no tax is passed on to the consumer other than the tax levied at the final sale, right? With U.S. sales tax, you can imagine a situation where, like, let's just say, hypothetically, like, I'm a small business owner, and I buy a product from Walmart, and I have to pay 7% sales tax on that, and I use it to make a good, and the consumer also pays, 7% sales tax at the end of that, I might very well pass on that 7% sales tax that I paid either fully to the consumer or at least partially to the consumer. And that's funny because Europe actually has a way better argument for tariffing us because of our sales tax than we do for tariffing them because of their value-added tax. Because if you think about it, there is potentially a state-level sales tax being passed on to European consumers if they buy goods from the U.S., but that doesn't happen with a value-added tax because businesses receive a refund for all the shit. Tariffs, in contrast to consumption taxes, apply both to consumer goods and business inputs, including capital goods. Capital goods are fixed assets that are purchased by businesses as an investment and are used in their production process. For example, a truck is an investment when purchased by a transportation company. Tariffs can either apply directly to imported capital goods or apply indirectly by increasing the cost of inputs used to manufacture capital inputs in the United States. Tariffs that raise the relative price of capital goods and distort investment by increasing its cost, much like an income tax. A higher relative price for capital goods means that firms need to earn a higher pre-tax return to provide the same after-tax to shareholders. This can make certain projects no longer viable, reducing overall investment. Intuitively, one can think of a tariff that raises prices of imported capital goods as a negative investment tax credit, a tax that increases the acquisition cost of an asset. For example, a machine that requires a gross return of 20% and costs 10% more due to a tariff would need to earn 10% higher return, 22% to cover its price. If shareholders demand a net return of 5%, 2 percentage points increase in cost of capital is equivalent to applying an additional 28% corporate income tax on this asset. Tariffs on capital goods not only raised overall cost of investment, but they also distort the relative price of different investments made by businesses. Businesses use a range of fixed assets. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I understand. Just according to the World Bank, roughly 1/3 of all imports are capital goods in 2022, and another 26% of all imports are raw materials and intermediate goods. Is this for the U.S. specifically? Or is this for the whole world? Could be used in a production of capital inputs by businesses in the United States. However, not all imported capital goods are ultimately used in the United States to import values likely overstate the potential. Like, okay, so it's not specifically the U.S. I was trying to look for because right now, USMCA compliant goods are exempted from Trump's tariffs, and those are the goods. Those are a majority of the goods that we trade with Canada and Mexico. I was trying to look for data, which I think with some math I could do. Maybe I should do it. On what percent of goods that we import are intermediate goods that are not USMCA compliant from Canada and Mexico, because it's about half the goods. I think it's actually over half the goods that we import from Canada and Mexico are intermediate goods, but with the rest of the world, it's less, probably around 10% ish from what I've seen. I'm curious the total. I asked Grok, and Grok told me 10%. I'm curious the total number of, but I don't really trust Grok. But I'm curious the total number, or what percent of imported goods that are not USMCA compliant are intermediate goods. Why is my city? Why is it so dark? Did people leave? Is everything abandoned? Hold on, what the fuck happened to my population? Are we finally debating whether free trade is gay and Jewish? Yep. Welcome back, Catrix. Dude, I had 100,000 people. Dude, did I just leave this game open in the background too long and everyone fucking left? What the hell? My city. I'm just fucked. Wait, hold on. What the fuck do I do? Yeah, I don't want your people to move back in. What the hell, bro? Fucking Detroit simulator. What the fuck? Another town ravaged by globalism. At least my my one like downtown district, okay. This area is still doing fine, okay. All my towers and my pyramids. Actually, not all my towers. These are all fucked. But how's there still traffic? There ain't no fucking traffic, bro. Are these are the last people trying to leave? And they have to pay 500 tolls to. What the fuck? I don't know what to do. Okay, well, I don't know if I should save or not. I'm not gonna save, but I feel like, no, yeah, it's I just fucked it. Okay, well. I don't even know what this is. Now let's play this city. This city's not doing as poorly. This actually this has slightly less inhabitants, but at least it's not 90% abandoned. Oh wait, I can't play the city. I'm $3 million in debt in this city. Fuck, that's right. Okay. So new city. I think usually I won't merge it. I think it lags too much. Nuts. Balls. Okay, surely. Surely I don't mess this city up. I've learned, okay? Don't worry. It'll be fine. I'm gonna run out of money again with my loan to overbuild water, so I don't have to overbuild all the water power, so I don't have to do it again. Oh, by the way, we get a new GDP Now forecast tomorrow, which will be interesting. I wonder. I can't wait for the phone notification as soon as I get up. GDP Now forecasted down. -3%. Gold adjusted GDP Now. I don't know. It'll be interesting what direction it moves in. I saw this guy was streaming. I don't know if he...
If Joe Biden, during Joe Biden's tariffs, all of these liberals were like, tariffs are awesome. Joe Biden's doing tariffs right. And like...
True. That's exactly what I said. True. Oh, fuck. You debating? Oh, what's up, Mantis? Some kick streamer Groiper dude. It'll be interesting. His name is Randy Zoomer. This is in the wrong folder. So what's this really? What visa revoked from math professor? University. Oh, what the fuck? Debate's infuriating, but I'm here for it. It's kind of an easy dunk. Very true. Very true. Well, I appreciate you being here, Mantis. I just need the guy to be here. Is it a better? I need Chat's opinion, okay? Because I can't see the screen as well when I have these glasses on. But I think I look cooler. I need to keep working on this, man. I think I don't. By the way, Sarah finally set up the sound icon setting. I love you, Sarah. I don't think she's watching this, but I like him. Okay, good to know. This thing for Thursday. I don't know. I think the day before. I need to find a place to buy Adderall illegally. That's what I need, so I can spend a day before just hardcore pouring through my notes and organizing them. So I don't even have to think. I can just read off my notes during this. Which, by the way, I think I'm gonna brand this. I need to come up with a title. I'm gonna brand it on my channel, like the Julie Surrounded thing. It's gonna be like one globalist surrounded by 25 MAGA. Librarian nearest university. I probably yeah. I probably could. If I emailed some people. I did become a rich billionaire overnight, ZRT. Welcome back. I bought the... Actually, it's S&P 500 down today. It's probably up today, right? Oh, wow. Up over the last 5 days, guys. Don't worry. What about Bitcoin? Oh. Everything down just like the U.S. economy. Yep, apparently. Which, by the way, I should have this thing pulled up. There's gotta be. Is United Healthcare still up? It was funny that United Healthcare was the one company. Is it pressing AF? It's not gonna get better. Listen, okay, we just need we can make it better, okay? Someone just needs to convince Trump that a DBCFT is what he's actually trying to do. Okay, you just need to convince Trump. They're down. Oh, they're up for the last 5 days. That a DVCFT is actually secretly a universal tariff. Okay.
Yo, what's up, Non-Fon?
What's up? Not much.
Let me ask my chat. Does he sound okay? Is he loud enough? Talk real quick.
Yeah. What's up? I'm
Okay,
talking.
you're good. You're good.
All right.
Sorry, I just want to make the audio good.
Yeah. Yeah. You're good. Do you have a time limit or anything?
I mean, maybe not go for like 5 hours, but besides that, I'm
Yeah.
pretty free.
I don't think I mean, I am.
Are you live right now?
I am live. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to keep my language. I'll try not to get you banned.
Yeah.
Because I know how you are.
To not be banned on Twitch.
You might have some people flowing over. They want to come say hi, I guess.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. We just need to be Twitch TOS friendly. I think Twitch is the most restrictive.
What are the
TOS.
words I can't say? Dude, why do you have gay porn as the opening to your fucking server?
Because it's awesome and it's.
Are you gay?
I mean, it's the rules. I'm not gay. No.
Okay. I can't say porn on Twitch.
No, you can say porn. I think.
Okay, what can't I say? Just like the N-word or whatever.
Yeah, you can't. Basically, you can get away with the R slur, but basically anything other than that.
I can't say the F slur, dude. It's
No.
like debating Dean Withers. It's like a Dean Withers TikTok.
Well, hey, listen, okay. Twitch is not as bad as TikTok yet. Okay, you can still say like die. I think you do actually.
Kids.
I think you're supposed to censor. I don't think rape will come up, but I think you're supposed to say grape.
I will not say that.
We don't have to say
you can
on
like
a
block
live.
me live, but I don't think that'll. Actually, that might come up because we're talking about tariffs.
Yeah. So I guess.
But
well,
yeah,
on that topic,
I don't know. I just wanted to get clear about it. We're not debating Trump's tariffs because I take issue with Trump's tariffs. He's not doing it correctly, and he's not properly executing them, obviously. Or you would hear me championing them.
Okay.
But I thought we're debating just like tariffs in general, right?
I mean, I was under the impression that you defended most of Trump's tariffs, at least. What specifically?
I have an example from his first term. I just think these tariffs aren't like for example, they're like conditionary. So it's like, what's the point? They're like conditional tariffs. They're like Mexico do this or else, and then he dropped the tariffs right away, so they're not even active anymore.
Oh, okay. So you are further. You support tariffs so much that you don't like that Trump
it's
dropped
that he's
them.
not going hard enough, and because he's like a Republican, he's like a neocon now too. He's not even like a real revolutionary reactionary type. Like he's not going to spend any money domestically to like facilitate new factory building or anything. Like he's not going to divert funds from our taxes into like creating an environment where like our economy could grow. It's totally about it's just like a tool to get people chanting about tariffs. It's like immigration. He does now. He talks a bunch about immigration, doesn't do it. Talks a bunch about tariffs, he doesn't do it.
Okay, I mean, I think he's gone harder on tariffs than even I kind of expected him to. Like, we do have a 10% tariff across the board right now, saving USMCA compliant goods. And I think he exempted smartphones recently. But other than that, like,
But the thing about Trump is, like, as soon as anyone, like, if he faces any backlash, he'll just drop it. That's what I mean. Like, that's why I'm not a Trump supporter. He got me really whipped up in, like, 2016, and I kind of liked him his first term, but he doesn't follow through. Any backlash he faces, he wants to be, like, a liked president. He wants to be, like, remembered as a good president, not, like, actually a good one. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean, I don't entirely disagree with you there.
Trump. Like, everyone hates Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was a good president. He wants to be remembered like we remember Teddy Roosevelt or whatever.
Sure.
So anytime he faces public backlash, he'll just drop it. And that's what he does. He did that with immigration now, and he's doing that with tariffs now, and he did that with war now, you know?
Okay.
He said, oh, I'm anti-war, and now we're going to war. You know what I mean? It's just about public perception.
I mean, yeah, I don't think Trump was ever truly anti-war, but yeah, no, so I guess, yeah, so I understand what you're saying. I guess in my view, because I think tariffs are bad, the tariffs that Trump has done, I still think are bad. But you want Trump to go even further. Why? What is the point?
I'm I'm just pro tariffs in general. As I just think tariffs. Let me start here. Like, do you agree that America like is not doing well? Obviously, you would agree.
No,
America sucks.
no. When it comes to the economy, not at all. I think I think, save for the recent like uncertainty around our economy, America is doing pretty well. Even manufacturing, I think, is
in
doing
like the last
decent.
Okay, let's compare it to the 70s. Let's put a time scale.
Absolutely,
70s
we're doing better.
America. No, but I mean domestically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, less. Okay, that's cool. Okay, well then you would agree. Fine. So I'll just lay out my argument. Basically, all my argument would be is that we're in a state in which America is a consumer and not a manufacturer. I think that's ruining the value of our dollar, and that's just true. The more money that leaves the U.S. and stays in foreign countries weakens the value of our dollar. Weakens
Okay,
the
wait,
dollar's power.
wait,
Right.
hold on. So we're
let me
already.
lay it out. Don't let me lay it out. You gotta let me lay it out.
You already
and
said
then you
like
can
three
jump in.
false things, but okay.
No.
Keep
Let
going,
me lay it
King.
out.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a disagreement on how it works, or we wouldn't be debating. So just let me lay it out, and then we can get into it. So basically, what I'm proposing is that if we could bolster American industry and bring back production to America, that would make our economy stronger globally. That would allow us to be independent globally, and that would also be better for American employment. I'm taking a nationalist perspective, obviously, and I think it's better to employ and manufacture in America, even if even if there's like a short-term trouble about it. And I think long-term tariffs are obviously beneficial, and the founders agree with me. That was all of our founders agreed on that as well. So they even had a prescription for tariffs and protectionism. They wanted that to be the policy for the entire American history. So basically what I'm saying is I basically see America as this thing where industrially we're lacking, we're losing employment. We do all of our building and manufacturing out of America. We import goods from China, and we're in a deficit with them. And it makes us reliant on all these foreign countries. And I think it would be better if America could be sovereign. And the only way for America to be sovereign is that if it's dependent on itself for production as well, if all of the production is done here, basically. Does that make sense?
Okay. I mean, I obviously think like 90% of what you just said was totally wrong, but I understand what
you don't think that it would be better for America to produce rather than consume?
Well, so if you had to guess,
do you disagree with me
if you had to guess, are we producing more now than we did in 1990 for manufacturing?
Numbers-wise.
Probably numbers-wise? What does that mean?
Numbers-wise. Well, I mean, like probably in raw numbers, yeah, we're probably producing more. We're a bigger country.
Yeah, so like this is real manufacturing output was going up all the way until 2008. If you look at real manufacturing, like value added, that is still going up. So like, it seems like we're making more than we did in the 70s and everything. So when it comes to employment, I can understand like employment in manufacturing to an extent has fallen as a share of total employment. But I think that reflects largely Americans getting more productive, which is why manufacturing output continued to rise.
What would they be doing instead of building things? What would you propose to do?
Thanks, Sound Soul, for the raid. I appreciate it.
Work in a factory, a good union job that pays them well. Because that is what a factory job is. A factory job, you're a unionized workforce, you're doing skilled labor or even unskilled labor. If you're manufacturing a car that requires welders, these things require skilled labor, and those people would be put into the middle class. So I think the reason we have what would you prescribe for them to do? Let me just understand
what people are doing. What people are doing right now. Unemployment in the U.S. is like at 4% right now. There's a lot of high skilled jobs that are replacing these like low skilled jobs that we.
What should people do? What should the middle class do?
In finance, work at banks, work in financial
service jobs.
Yeah, so work at like banks providing financial services, work at tech industries developing software, like
some
those
not
type
real
of things.
things, right? And these things
wait, hold
require
on.
what?
Wait,
no. I just want to walk you through this so you understand my perspective.
No. That's
These
fucking
things aren't
absurd. What do you mean
physical.
not real thing? Do you think
physical,
do you think
like if you
software?
work at-
Do you think software provides value? Do you
You're
think
not
software
understanding
provides
me.
value?
I do. That's not what I said. I said they're
Okay.
not physical things. These things.
I understand these aren't
require
physical things.
Something to be.
But you
no,
understand.
Let me get my
we would
point.
never.
Right?
So
for an example, not fun. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You're thinking I'm making an argument. I'm not. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
So, for example, like a tech company, like Apple, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apple maybe programs the software here, but what do they program the software for? Physical devices, physical things. And these things are all manufactured where?
China, Vietnam, India. I'm aware.
Right.
But what do you think is
So
higher value add? What do you
what you
wait?
just
Just answer
told me,
real
it's
quick.
not about
What
the
do you think?
value. I'm talking
What do you
about
think it's not
America as a
about?
whole. Listen to me. You're not
I'm talking about
understanding the
America
point
as a
I'm
whole,
making.
but okay.
If we are dependent on a foreign country to manufacture our goods that our jobs are dependent on, for example, if the entire tech industry is replaceable programmers and software developers, and China and us go into a conflict in which we are not able to receive these physical goods to program for, then a bunch of people will be unemployed. If we're making a bunch of programming and software for chips that are built in China and phones that are assembled in China with steel that isn't from here, with steel that's from China, with goods that are from China, then our entire economy is dependent on them giving us goods at a rate in which we could afford it, which restricts us from acting globally.
Okay, so I'll
If our
grant
entire
you.
economy is dependent on China, then we could never act in our own interest against China globally, because
So
effectively they could neuter our economy
I'll grant you a little
at
bit
any
here,
time.
in that I do think there is a national security justification for tariffs sometimes, in that I don't think strategic industries should be made in China. But like, here's a simple question: do you think the U.S. consumer benefits from the fact that they are able to buy cheap goods from China?
In the short term, but I don't think it's beneficial for the
What
nation
is
as
the
a whole in the long term,
Why?
because it's like cheaper. That would be the only. Oh, it's cheaper. They get it cheaper.
We
They get
bet
it cheaper
that's
good at a
everyone's
cheaper rate.
real wage increasing. That's the spending power of your money going further.
But the
And
implication
also
is
it
that
frees up.
tariffs
Wait,
would
wait, wait.
make
And
things
also real quick.
expensive
And
long-term
also
forever in the country.
then that's not the implicate. But also real quick. There's another
then
benefit
you
in
would,
that
if that's not
domestic.
the
Hold on, wait. Can I
implication, then
finish?
you
Can
would
I
be pro
finish my?
tariffs
Can
as
I
well.
finish? Can I finish my fucking sentence? Okay. So one, the U.S. consumers benefit from trade in that they are allowed access to a lot of cheap goods. That is a good thing. And secondly, domestic resources are no longer being used to produce something that we can import for cheaper, which means they're able to flow to more productive use cases. There's an opportunity
what do they
cost
go
to doing
to?
everything.
Yeah,
They're
that
going
makes
to
no
they're
sense.
going to things like the tech.
What's an
That makes no
industry
sense.
that we're building stuff in? That we're not building
just-
any microchips. There's no microchip factories where it goes.
I
elsewhere.
understand,
What are
but you
talking
understand
about?
there's still an opportunity cost. The resources used to make the plant for that microchip, the labor used producing those
Which would be
microchips
employment,
can
which would
otherwise
employ
go
Americans.
yeah, but you understand these. I believe that free trade
You're
increases
arguing on
employment,
behalf
which
of corporations that like
I'm not
rape
arguing
our
on behalf of
country.
corporate. I'm
Yeah,
arguing that
it's cheaper for them. It's cheaper. It's a better opportunity cost for the investor for elsewhere.
what do you mean for the investor, for the entire? I'm
the guy
speaking on behalf of
paying for
the
it,
entire nation. So I care about what is best for America as a whole.
Well,
I
you
don't
just
view
made
it.
the argument
I don't.
for, like, the
Can I
average
finish my
American,
fucking
the
sentence,
No,
Randy?
you're
I don't
no,
feel it
I
as
wanna talk
beneficial.
about this. You're
No,
moving
what do
on
you mean?
already.
You won't let me
You
finish.
just said it's better for the average American to get cheaper goods, and now you're talking about the opportunity cost of building a factory. Is it better for the average American as a whole, or are you arguing that the opportunity cost is better for like
both.
the average
Both of these
American,
things are
or
true.
No,
One.
because the people who assemble these things are giant corporations and billion-dollar industries, and I don't feel bad making them pay more to employ Americans.
Yeah, but I think
don't think
everyone
that's
else is hurt
actually
as
an
well.
issue.
I think everyone else is hurt as well.
Oh, explain to me how the guy who just got a job building a factory is hurting.
The guy who so in aggregate,
Like
we have
there's
to.
examples of this recently and
I know. Yes, I know. Can I
and not
finish
recently.
my fucking thing?
Go ahead. I want you to defend
So,
that. How does
look.
it hurt to have more employment?
Well, I don't believe you have more employment because tariffs can only protect jobs at the cost of jobs in other sectors. This is my point about opportunity cost: is that all these
Oh, I like that
resources,
argument. Yeah.
all these, yeah, great, all these resources that are being used to make that shit in the U.S. could have otherwise gone to more productive sectors. Well, we just import the same good for cheaper. That's a
But that
benefit.
implies that what are you talking? Oh, some sectors will shrink opposed to other sectors growing larger than the shrinking.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? What sector would shrink? We would still have more jobs long term.
No.
Long term,
There's
we
no.
would,
Well, first
we
of
would
all,
out,
there's
we would
no.
outgrow that unemployment.
No. There's no.
Yeah,
First of all,
we
there's no
would.
evidence for that. When you seem to have evidence for the opposite, that free trade
there isn't?
increases productivity. Free trade increases productivity and therefore increases growth. I have empirical
In
studies
jobs
I
that can be replaced
show
by
you
other
that.
countries, dependent on other countries to import goods.
What? Hold on.
You earlier you made the argument that we can do more productive things like money management
Yes.
or money services or software or developing or programming. But all of these things, the second it becomes cheaper elsewhere, could be done in India, China, Japan.
And then,
Korea.
and guess what? Guess what? That means that
So,
our
so
resources
now not
again.
only are we dependent
all that
on
means is
them,
that the
but our
resources
jobs are replaceable and could be taken away from us at any time.
again.
You can say things are like more productive, but that doesn't mean it's good. It's unstable. it's not long-term support. You're like, your understanding is that like, well, right now all the jobs are here. Okay, what if they move? Because industries move.
I understand industry. Yeah, industries move all the time. Even in
So you want to have an
even in a
America with
closed
no industrial
even in a
capacity, and all of our jobs
that's
are
not what I
dependent on
said.
other countries.
I already explained to you that industrial capacity in the U.S. has increased since like the 1990s during its entire period.
Yeah, but not comparatively to other countries. I'm talking about
depends
now.
on the country. Wait,
We
wait,
produce
hold on.
more
I don't think you have
China
any. No, hold on. You don't have
produces
any
more than us.
No,
We
I
buy things
understand.
from China.
Yeah, obviously China produces more than us,
It
but
doesn't matter. You
I
can bring up
understand.
the 90s, but that's not actually important.
Because your claim is essentially that like free trade is going to lead to a hollowing out of this industrial base, and I pointed out to you. I understand that we have tariffs in the 90s, but
we had big
your
tariffs in
claim,
the 90s.
yes, I know, yeah, okay. So your claim was that trade is going to lead to a hollowing out of the industrial base. I pointed out,
I think it already
correctly
has.
that. Well, I pointed out correctly that it's wrong because our industrial base has only grown.
So when did we start embracing free trade? What year?
So
what are you thinking about?
From the 1940s onward, we started
so
growing more and more free trade, I would say.
Who was the producer of the world in the 1940s?
What do you, to a large extent,
Who was
the
the
U.S.
largest producer in the world in the 1940s?
To a large extent, the U.S. But again, I already
right. And who is now?
Depends for what, but China, I would say.
Well, there's a lot of them. China, India.
But again, I already explained to you, real manufacturing output in the U.S. has gone up. Wait, hold on, hold on, Randy.
That's literally what you just told me.
Randy, which country do you think lost the most manufacturing jobs in the last 100 years?
You're going to tell me it's not America?
Yeah, it's China. Because again, they just got more productive.
They still do more. They're still producing more than us.
I understand they're still producing. Of course they're producing.
Hold on, hold on. They lost jobs,
I already.
Are bad. What is that? All of our entire service economy is dependent on foreign nations to produce raw material goods that we can like program.
Would you rather, which do you think is high? Which do you think is higher value add? The programming jobs that Apple trillion-dollar companies make, or like commodity markets where you're mining raw materials?
If I handed you a $20 bill and then a $100 bill with a string on it that I could pull at any time, which one would you grab?
Again, I don't think that. First of all,
they could literally move this entire industry that you're describing, this ultra productive programming industry, to any country at any time.
Then why don't they? Wait, hold on, real quick. Then why don't they do it? Why don't markets do it?
I'm not even arguing with you that it's like not productive. But what I am arguing with you, it would be better if everything was supported here in America. If everything was manufactured here in America and the raw materials were bought from American companies and harvested by American companies.
Okay, so do you understand
And then these software programmers would never have the risk of their job being moved to another.
The software programmers wouldn't exist because the opportunity cost of producing of a total autarky is insanely high.
But they exist now. Like they're not. We could.
Yeah, they exist now because they are supported by cheap imports from other countries, and we don't. What?
It would get cheaper again. By the way, it would be cheaper. American goods would eventually be cheaper after tariffs for a period of time. You understand that? Right?
Yeah, but it's still an opportunity cost. So prices, I would grant, eventually could come down to the same. Right?
You agree with me, though. I just want to make sure you agree with me. Tariffs done correctly would eventually lead to the American good becoming cheaper.
I don't know if it would necessarily always.
Because you just said that entire industry we're talking about, like tech, only exists because we can import cheap goods from China. Okay, it exists now. Let's lessen our we'll have to keep importing things, obviously, and let's build the industry here, and it'll get cheaper.
It will get cheaper over time. I'm not going to say for all industries that it will always get cheaper than the alternative of if we just kept importing the good. But you understand there's always an opportunity.
The historical precedent is that once you build, after a short-term period of tariffs, once the American economy, the American manufacturer catches up, it gets cheaper because there's more domestic competition. It's not one company having the monopoly on the good here like China does. There would be American-owned companies competing with each other to try to sell to these other companies.
Have a monopoly in
China is like one block here. I'm not saying that China controls every individual business, but like they literally do.
So I'm fine. Wait, hold on. Can I respond to any fucking thing that you say, Randy, please? What do you mean no?
Then I'll listen. Let me finish. Because you said something. It's untrue, and I'm proving you wrong. Okay, if we built it here, then it would get cheaper via competition. The tariffs would make it impossible for the American consumer or company to think it's cheaper to buy from China. And if they did ever be able to sell it here at a competitive rate against the domestic companies not facing the tariff, they would lose significant profit, weakening China, making us stronger on the global stage. That's a total benefit. That's a benefit for America across
No,
the
because
board.
you're not thinking about, no, it's not, obviously not across the
What
board.
am I
'Cause
not
you're not
thinking
thinking
about?
you're not thinking about the opportunity cost again. So I understand. I will grant you that there probably are some cases where, like, dollar wise, it could become cheaper if we tariff this specific industry and they build out production in the U.S. Right? But
Yeah.
you're not thinking about opportunity cost again, because countries have different opportunity costings. And
Explain to me. What do you mean?
Basic.
Explain to me how opportunity cost in America specifically would refute everything
Okay.
I just said.
Right. So are you familiar with comparative advantage?
Yes.
So you understand that countries with different factor endowments will be comparatively better or worse at producing certain things.
Yeah. Obviously.
So you understand that if the U.S. is comparatively worse at producing steel or whatever, even if we tariff steel,
maybe currently.
But again,
Well, where we import it
the
from is like Canada and
opportunity cost
Mexico,
never.
and they're steel specifically. A lot of the steel we import from Canada, and it's cheaper quality. The same thing with Mexico. We import a lot of steel through Mexico, and the steel we get there is cheaper.
Yeah,
as
I'm
well.
aware.
But it's worse quality. So, but I get what you're saying.
So you understand,
talking about steel,
this
like an
opportunity cost never goes away. There's always going to be Americans working in steel industries that otherwise could have been employed in a more productive industry.
Long term, it would be more productive for the whole country, though. You're saying
There's
in the short term, it might
there's
be more
no
expensive or
evidence to
worse.
support that. All the evidence says that tariffs tend to reduce labor productivity.
Explain that. Like you're just saying that. but
Explain that because tariffs are
Explain how.
insulated. First of all, I can cite you to studies that say this, but tariffs insulate firms from foreign competition, and therefore they have less of an incentive to innovate.
Okay.
And that tends to reduce labor productivity.
But in my world, America isn't dependent on foreign countries. All of our industries are supported by each other here in America. Everything's cheaper for the consumer, and this is a real
Everything would
period of
not.
time which
Hold
did
on,
exist in
there's
America.
no way. There's no way
the stuff
that
we
you
produce
believe
in America would be
if
cheaper than the
everything.
imports.
There's no way that you believe if the entire
1950s
supply chain,
America.
if the entire supply chain was produced in,
That's
in
literally
America,
what you're
that it would be
describing.
cheaper.
Hollowed out Detroit.
Yeah, but
what you're
it-
describing the free trade. Hollowed
So
out
number
Detroit
one, no,
and
wait,
turned the city
Randy,
into a giant
Randy,
ghetto.
please tell me you
What are
remember
you talking about?
20 minutes ago, probably less than 20 minutes ago, when I said to a large extent trade is not responsible for this. It was instead productivity increases within the U.S. Please tell me you remember when I said that, right?
Yeah, but you're saying because. But
Wait,
also
okay,
you made the
wait,
argument that
Randy.
because
So you
of
remember
free
that?
trade-
So Randy,
No,
do you have
but
any
making
evidence? Do you have any evidence
I'm just gonna
that
say what you
trade?
said earlier to you.
Do you have any evidence that trade is more responsible for the decline in manufacturing employment than
You said
productivity
that free
increases?
trade allows Americans to go into more productive and like dollar amount higher value businesses or jobs, right? Like, and then you mentioned software development specifically,
Yep.
right? You remember saying that?
Yep.
And you said that they moved up from these manufacturing jobs. In your own argument, free trade took away manufacturing jobs.
I understand.
Or
Well,
moved
hold on.
them, Or
I
encouraged
assign
people to move them foreignly, and
I
now
assign-
Detroit's a shithole. My
Yeah,
argument makes perfect
this
sense.
is very no. I assign your
Makes perfect sense, actually.
no. So my claim, obviously, I'm not going to say that zero manufacturing jobs were offshored or whatever to China. My claim is that productivity increases
Well,
were
how much were they?
more
Do you know? 'Cause
responsible.
You're making that argument. You should. Know.
Yeah, I would assign, so like different studies estimate different things, but I would assign probably 40% of it was maybe due to the China shock or whatever, and 60% of it at least.
Of our
60
manufacturing was moved to China.
Well, I think that's the higher end estimates, but
Well,
like
what are you
I would
saying?
say at
Don't
least
tell me the
I would
estimates.
say
What do you believe, non-fun?
I
We're
believe that
debating. I'm not
at
debating the
least
study.
60. Well, obviously I don't have like my own. I'm not the one who made.
Well, you know what I mean.
These
What do you believe?
estimates.
You
I'm
said there's a
trusting
range
these-
of studies. Which one do you trust?
Well, I don't have like a
What
good.
do you believe?
So I believe that at least 60% of the share loss in manufacturing employment was due to productivity increases. That is what I believe.
And you believe that eventually over time, because obviously those people didn't like become coders, but over time they moved into quote more productive industries.
Yeah, it
where
seems like
they're
there's
like in money
there's
or
literally
in
evidence
software.
specifically for that. One of the studies that found like a 25 that trade
And
was
now,
25%. Wait, real quick. Can
and
I
you
finish my
agree now
thing?
that we're
Can I
dependent on
can I
China
just
to
finish my
import
thing?
these raw goods.
There's a specific study that says a lot of these manufacturing companies actually switched over to providing services and now do service sector jobs. There's
Services
literally studies
dependent on
specifically
what?
that. What do you mean dependent on
Well, name the
demand from
service. Let's talk.
consumers?
Like a
I mean,
like
I
what
can
kind of
find.
service?
I mean, I can find
Like
it.
what would you
A
imagine?
lot of them switch over to like management, and like they'll manage firms, and they'll manage the outsourcing that they did even. That's a service sector job. Like
So what are they managing? Like
I
what are
just
they
said,
managing?
the factories overseas.
They're managing
Like
service.
they'll manage
They're
factories
managing service
overseas. They'll
sector
switch
jobs.
your
Okay, what is the
consulting, or
service?
what is the service? I don't know. It depends. There's a lot of
You said
different service sector
consulting.
jobs.
So what do people consult? Like
lot of
what does a
different things.
consulting firm do? Well, like give an example. Like who are they consult? A business owner, right?
Sure.
Who like does what? Like what do they do? I want to understand your
business
argument.
owners
You're
do a
just
lot
saying
of
they
things. I don't know what
give
you're.
me an example. You said they moved over to
Wait, Randy, this is
managing
fucking absurd. What is the
No,
point
it's
of going
not.
down this
You're
dialogue
making an
tree?
argument
I
that
understand.
this is more productive.
Randy,
What do they do? This is important to your
wait,
argument.
wait, Randy. Do you have any evidence that tariffs increase productivity, like labor productivity in the industries that
Well,
are tariffed?
I don't agree that like tech industries are. I know tech industries are quote like productive.
I
But
mean, they're
don't think that's
definitionally productive. If you have your own
That's what I
special
mean.
definition of
No,
productivity
I
that
just agree
doesn't
that they are
include
productive.
that
That's
doesn't
what
include.
I just said. I said they are technically productive, but I don't think that's good for America long term.
You don't think
I'm not.
productivity is
You
good
seem
for
to be
America long
arguing
term?
for like
Okay.
because our entire industries are now dependent on foreign imports, who
Uh,
are our enemies on the world stage.
again,
by the
I'm
way,
going to point out.
which
I'm
you
going to point.
acknowledged earlier.
So I already granted you. I obviously do believe that there are national security justifications for certain tariffs. But you would say, but set aside the national security thing.
Okay,
You would
how
say
is it better
wait,
that
Randy,
all of the- No,
Randy,
let's keep
please,
talking
no,
about- no, I
Randy,
actually-
please, Randy.
Okay, you go ahead. You're
Let's
right.
set aside the national security. You want tariffs strictly economically. So you
That's
said
like
you
a very important part about tariffs. To
You
set
want
aside national security is just.
I know, but
Go
you
ahead.
don't even care about national security. You want tariffs strictly
I do.
economically speaking.
No, national security is a portion of my argument.
I
National
understand.
security
Okay,
is-
no, but
I brought
I'm
it up,
saying
was the first thing I said.
you would, in absence of national security concerns, you would still support higher tariffs than Trump is doing now.
I don't know specifically.
You don't know.
About
Okay.
Trump's. I don't know if I would support higher than Trump, but I know I'd probably still support tariffs because tariffs are good for the domestic industry. It's
Okay.
good for America. But setting aside national security is stupid. That's part of tariffs. That's like a key component of tariffs. So I will not.
I know, but I was just pointing out, like, obviously, you
You have to
think they're
take
strictly.
apart. You have to take half of why we do tariffs away to make tariffs.
Well, here,
sound
so
bad to me.
this is where the disconnect is, right? If you believe that tariffs are like good for the economy and are good for national security, then you're going to be a lot more willing to
And
implement.
by the way,
wait, can
I
I
have a
finish
question
my
for you.
fucking
No,
sentence, Randy? If you
Oh, you
believe
cut
that if you believe that tariffs are good for the economy and national security, you're going to be a lot more willing to implement tariffs whenever you see some national security concern. If you believe that tariffs are bad for the economy, but are sometimes good for national security, you're going to be a lot more hesitant as to which
Give me an
national security,
example where tariffs
as to
are-
which
Give me an example of that.
of what. Wait, can I
Where, like,
finish my
someone was
sentence?
like,
If you
tariffs are
believe that
bad for the
tariffs are bad,
economy.
if you believe tariffs are bad for the economy, you're going to be a lot more hesitant as to when you tariff
Okay.
things
We're
because
talking about the real world. Give me an example of that, where that was where that happened.
yeah.
and it was
So I would
good.
say Donald Trump's steel tariffs seem to have broadly negative impacts on the macroeconomy. They reduced
Okay, was that an
employment even in
example of Trump?
manufacturing
No, I'm
sectors.
asking you. Was there an example of Trump or someone going, tariffs are bad, but we need to do them sometimes, and that's a good outcome?
Well, no,
What's an
politicians
example of
are
that?
always going to try to sell tariffs as a good thing economically,
No,
even when they're.
we've been a country for 300 years almost. Like, is there an example of this ever happening in the world ever, where someone said
Of whatever happened.
tariffs are bad, but we need to do them? Because if that were
Tari-
true, that tariffs
I mean,
are usually bad
me-
for the economy, but they're necessary, then that would be something that would have to happen because it would be practice. It'd be common practice probably.
We literally do. We have, so the justification for Donald Trump's steel tariffs was partly national security. Now, obviously, Trump also probably thinks they're good for the economy. But like every study that we've done on these tariffs consistently finds that
Our
they
steel,
reduce.
explain to me how you think bringing back steel jobs to America is worse than importing.
Sure.
Them. Like,
So
I'm-
for
like
every-
specifically
so
about
for
steel.
every-
because earlier
yeah.
you agreed
So
with
for
me that
every-
their quality is worse.
So
So
for
what's the
every,
benefit?
I mean, I don't, I'll grant you that because I don't know, but like it's up to consumers whether they want to pay cheaper
'Cause that was
prices
like a
for
really
cheap
good thing he did.
for cheaper prices for lower quality steel, or if they want to pay higher prices for higher quality
But these
steel.
things are used to build. What do we use steel for?
A lot of things.
Go.
So this is actually my point.
No,
if you
let's
let
keep
me,
talking
if you
about
let,
it.
no,
we
Randy,
use-
you have to.
No,
You keep bringing
keep
up like
every time I like corner you
Randy,
run away.
I'm not.
And I've been very
how am I
respectful of
cornered?
letting you do that. But for example, I want to
Randy,
talk about.
I want to explain to you why
we-
steel tariffs are bad economically, and you won't let me now. So part of the reason steel tariffs are bad economically is a point that you just mentioned to try to derail again, is that steel is used for a lot of things. For every one steel produced for every one steel producing job, there are 80 steel consuming jobs. So if you tariff steel, you help the 1,000 or so steel producers in the U.S., but you hurt 80,000 other people. That's why studies, which I can cite, the empirical evidence, all say that steel tariffs led to a reduction in total employment.
I'm okay with it being a harm in the short term. So that's not like a big jump on me. I guess that's like a very key component.
Oh, we have to be clear, we have evidence. Wait, Randy, we have evidence that these are harmful in the long term too. Not that you care about any of the empirical evidence.
Over what?
But I can cite you studies.
Over how long?
50 years. 50 years, Randy. There's a study from the IMF, the macroeconomic consequences of tariffs. They find over.
We'll bounce back.
No, it still remains bad afterwards. I'm just saying it will be bad indefinitely, Randy.
Okay, I just want to understand your argument before, because I actually have something about
this
that.
This is the simplest.
I want to ask you something about steel.
Wait, Randy. Can I clarify one? Randy, I need to clarify one thing.
Go ahead.
My argument is that countries benefit from trade. If you remove the ability for them to benefit from trade, it will be bad indefinitely. Even if obviously the economy will probably continue to grow.
If I remove trade, it will be bad. I'm not arguing for the end of all trade.
That seems like mostly what you were arguing about earlier.
I think we should import things that we can't make here and we don't have here, resources we don't have here. If we have them here, we should use ours. I think that's pretty simple.
That's a majority
now,
trade.
I want to ask you about steel.
Sure.
We use steel to build things like the building you're sitting in.
Yep.
Do you think we should use cheap steel or quality steel for that?
I think it's up to business owners.
No. What do you think? What is your opinion?
I don't have.
Would you prefer quality steel be used in the building of buildings?
The quality steel has higher prices, though, right?
I'm not asking you because you didn't pay for it. You didn't help pay for the building.
Okay, well, you're just asking.
Would you prefer that we build things out of good quality materials made here, employed in American, or would you prefer we import cheaper, shittier, weaker steel from foreign countries?
Again, the reason that we import these cheaper, shittier steel is because
so that the guy who built your building can save money.
Well, yeah, but some of that cost is some of that saving is passed on to consumers. The lowering input prices is really good.
What did you say? How much money did you save on living in your building?
I don't know. I don't know the cost of the total amount of steel in this building or whatever. But do you agree or disagree that lowering input prices shifts supply to the right?
I just want like a yes or no. Do you think it's preferable that we use good quality steel in the building of our giant buildings, which hold hundreds of thousands of people every day? Would you prefer that we use quality steel for that?
I would. You're only thinking you're only thinking partially here. Obviously,
you think very abstractly, but this.
I'm not thinking abstractly. I'm just considering. There's obviously, Randy, you would agree that for any almost any you would agree. Wait, Randy, please, Randy.
We send our army in tanks made of steel. Would you want it to be strong steel or weak steel? Let's talk about soldiers.
For the military specifically, I would there's almost always Randy. There's almost always going to be a trade-off between the price of something and the quality of something. For the military, it's probably better. Yeah, so for the military, it's probably better for them to focus on quality because that's very important.
If we are building
Randy, please.
You give you don't
for
give
consumer goods, a lot of times cheaper is better, and that is what consumers demand. That is what the market.
Okay, so just to clarify, buildings, civilian buildings where people live in, cheap steel, tanks, guns, planes,
Randy, I just explained this to you. I just explained there's a trade-off between price and quality. For the military, it makes sense that they would focus on quality. For buildings, as long as the steel meets X standard, which we already have codified, I'm fine with them using whatever cheap steel. Because that cost is passed on to consumer.
If I could show you that maybe we don't manufacture enough steel for our military, then you would either have to say you don't believe what you just said, or you would have to say that tariffs would be required to buid up the steel industry so that we could
Well,
produce
I
better
think we.
steel for our
I mean, I think
soldiers.
we. So I don't have any issue with importing steel from like Japan and Korea for our military. I don't have any issue with that. But
I'm just so you don't. Okay, so you don't believe what you said. That's
not
cool.
from our allies. What do you mean? I don't believe what I said?
No, because you said oh for like military equipment, obviously we need the highest quality or higher quality.
I said it makes sense for
And
them to be closer to the quality side of that trade-off. I'm not convinced. I don't know for sure. I'm not convinced that the steel from
what do you
our
mean you don't know? Why
allies
do
in
you
Japan
believe?
and Korea are. I mean, I don't have data of like I've never researched the quality of steel coming from Japan and Korea, so like I can't tell
It's
you like.
worse. We have the best steel because we have the highest quality standards for our goods. That's why
Wait, do
it's
you have any
cheaper
evidence for
to
that, or
build stuff more.
are you just saying that?
If we had lower standards for workers and quality, China would be paying to build
Wait,
stuff
so
here.
real quick, do you have
That's
any
the
evidence?
entire incentive. That's the entire
So
incentive for
do you
companies to produce in China.
do
They
you
have
have
lower
any
working standards. It's cheaper, and they have lower standards of quality. They have less.
do
There's
you
less laws about it.
so do you have any evidence that American steel is actually higher quality, or is that just a thing that you're saying because you feel
Comparatively,
like it?
did you pull something up that proves me wrong? Because
Well,
comparatively to
no, I don't.
Canada and Mexico,
Again,
it
like
is. But
I don't have
comparatively,
any.
all of
I've never
we do.
researched it. I've never researched this either, but
Okay,
it
then
doesn't
take my
seem.
word for it or prove me wrong. But like,
Well, so you don't
I'm
have any evidence,
fairly
and you're just
sure.
saying that because you feel
Not,
like
I
it.
don't have
Okay,
it
good
pulled
to
up, but
know.
I have
Good
read
to
that
know. Yep.
before. That's
Okay,
great. You
great.
don't have any evidence for anything either.
I didn't make a
You thought we
claim on
didn't
it.
benefit from
Wait,
the
hold on.
steel
Wait, hold
tariff,
on. Wait,
but you admitted you did.
Wait, did you just
That's
say I
fine.
don't have evidence that we didn't benefit from the steel tariffs? Because I can cite like 5 different studies at you right now.
You admitted earlier to me being right. So you said that the steel was earlier.
When
You
did I?
agreed with me that the steel was worse quality. So that's what I'm saying. So it's
When did
like
I say? I don't know
now
if I ever said that, but okay.
you did. So I figured that was like an agreed upon thing. And now you're jumping on me going, do you have any evidence? Well, we agreed on it. So I figured that was just something most people knew. I can pull something up if you would
Okay.
like. If we could sit here
Well,
and
no,
wait, I
it's
could go
not. It's
find
not
it.
particularly relevant to me. But I never made a claim as to the quality of the
Well, you
steel.
agreed with
So
the
like, it's
claim
not a.
earlier. That's all why. That's
Wait,
why.
when did I? Maybe I have ADHD or
You
whatever.
did.
But
It's
like
okay. We can
I
move
don't
on.
remember
I'll
agreeing with
be
the claim.
generous.
I might
I'll
have granted
explain
it to you, but I don't know if I ever agreed. I wouldn't have agreed with it if I didn't know if I didn't know it to be
Well,
true.
even if you granted
But
it, that I figured you granted it for the debate. But it's fine. We can move on if you don't think it's relevant and
great. Okay.
you
So
don't want me to look it up.
here's the thing. Do you agree or disagree that decreasing the prices of inputs will shift supply to the right?
Be more specific.
I
What do you
don't know
mean?
how to be more specific. Do you
Do
agree
you
or
mean like it would be
disagree
better if
that
we make it cheaper? Then it would be better.
reducing the price of inputs, which are the goods that businesses use to produce other goods,
Yeah.
do you agree or disagree that enables businesses to supply more goods?
Yeah. Sure.
You agree. Okay. So you understand how countries,
Because I
therefore,
think it would be better to manufacture
Ameri-
things here and have our economy dependent on itself
Okay.
rather than dependent on foreign imports. I think that's very simple. And you understand that, obviously. You don't
Well, I
maybe
understand-
agree, but you obviously understand that. That
I-
I, think
I-
you had even admitted in certain industries that that's just true.
I granted you that there is obviously going to be national security justification for certain industries being based in the U.S., but I
Like what?
think that countries generally
Steel
benefit.
would be an example of that, and you said, "Well, you
I
didn't
don't.
actually believe that." So, what's an industry?
What do you
where
mean steel would
believe
be? Wait, hold on. Before we move to that, do you agree or disagree that generally speaking, countries can benefit from trade?
that? Yeah, no one would trade if no one benefited. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I agree. So we see how if we restrict trade
Doesn't
between
mean I
countries,
agree with most
that's
trade.
well, sure, but
And
presumably,
even tariffs continue trade. My whole point of tariffs is that I want to be the producer rather than the consumer. I want to produce more than we consume. I want to have a net positive trade rather than the negative we have now.
okay. I mean, we can talk about trade deficits in a second, but you understand this: the things that we produce are services that are much higher value add, like much higher. Like Apple produces software that is like used all over the world, and that's a very capital intensive industry that
Yeah, for goods
requires.
that we might not have at any time. Actually, very recent. Like that could be something we lose our trade relationship with China, like very soon. Actually, that's like a real geopolitical worry. That are
So,
like
well-
I'm from California. Like that entire industry that is funding and building California right now. The reason people are building more homes is because that industry is expanding. Is an industry that could be lost over Taiwan at like any time this year.
Well, so I understand.
So
I
do you
think.
like not
I
see
obviously
the do you
think
not
the.
see
I obviously
the
think
word
the.
that's not even like an
I obviously
abstract, well,
think
this
the.
could
I think
happen.
the
That's like
trade.
a real thing that could happen tomorrow.
I think the. So I obviously think that
China circles Taiwan
for
with
the
ships
most
right
part,
now
the
while we're
trade
talking.
relationship with China is strained because of Donald Trump and the whole tariff war that he has. He has
Well, even Joe Biden said
assumed.
that we would
But
we would do boots on the ground defense of Taiwan. So we can. This is just like American foreign policy, and that's not even like a Trump tariff thing.
sure, I'm saying I
Do you
understand the
think it's
U.S.
good
supports
that
Taiwan,
the
but oh
biggest
my
growing
God.
industry that is building Texas and California and bringing millions of people moving to these states and growing these industries, do you think it's a good or a bad thing that they're entirely dependent on a country that is our adversary geopolitically, and not even like adversary like, we have bad dispositions about each other or whatever, but like literally our government has promised to go to war against China on an invasion of Taiwan, which they're prepping
So
for and we are watching them prep for right now.
unless it's a
Do you think that's a good or
strategic,
bad?
unless it's a strategic industry, I would say the U.S. benefits from that relationship.
Is software a strategic industry?
It kind of
And that,
can be.
that's not even what I asked you actually. So I won't even hammer you on that. We
Okay.
promised, the American government has promised to go to
Uh-huh.
war on Taiwan's behalf against China if they ever invaded Taiwan. China, for the past 5 years, has been expanding and growing its navy, which by the way is which is almost reaching bigger than our capacity for navy. So we would need to produce more ships, which would, you know, whatever. That's a different thing. But we might go to war over Taiwan at any time in the next 5 years. China has openly said that they have the interest in taking back Taiwan. That's like a big component
I understand. Yeah.
of China. Okay, so is it good that the entire tech industry is dependent on things made in China
I don't. So number one, I don't
if
know if the.
we would be at war with China at any time in the next 5 years?
I think it's
Grapple with
a
that.
again.
Answer me.
I think it's good because I don't view a lot of these as strategic industries. So with like chips specifically, some
But
shit
you
we're going to
just
down to
told me that
Taiwan.
tech
We
was one of
need.
the productive was a productive job. Like working in tech was
Yeah, it's a
productive.
very. Yep.
Definitionally
It's a
productive.
very.
Good for the economy. Okay.
Yes.
So if there's no things to program because the entire West is at war with China where these
So
things are
these
produced,
so
would that
obviously we
industry
have
that you
the.
were just championing benefit or not? And if it
Well,
would
I
not
don't think I don't
benefit,
think it would be
then it
that
is in our
hard if
interest
shit went
to
down.
make sure those things are
If
manufactured in places that are not China.
So again, like I don't think it'd be that hard to, if shit went down to Taiwan, shift a lot of production of iPhones to, for example, Vietnam or India.
It's
Like
not
it's not
just
a
it's not like
very strategic.
iPhones, it's like
It's not a.
microchips.
So
It's the things we
microchip.
use
So
that guide
yeah.
our
So
missiles.
microchips. I will grant you. Obviously, there's a national security justification for having that being produced in the U.S. For a lot of these other things, though, like clothes or whatever, where it's not hard to shift production to other countries in the event that
Like
shit
where?
did go down to Taiwan, then it would
Like
be
where?
Cambodia, Vietnam, India.
Do you understand the relationship those nations have with us versus China?
Uh, not
Do you?
every single one of them off the top of my head. India
China
is like
dominates
relatively.
every country from its border to India.
No.
That entire
China, what do you
region,
mean dominate? Vietnam
South
cooperates with us on like
South Asia.
military stuff. Like, what do you mean?
For example, when we passed a tariff on China in the past, I forget what year, I think it was during Trump's first admin, they just moved a bunch of Chinese workers against the law into Vietnam to produce stuff, and then so they can say it was made in Vietnam, and then exported it from Vietnam. China owns Vietnam. China controls
I'm not
Vietnam's
convinced that
policies.
China controls Vietnam
China
policies.
is
I
the same
understand.
way we can tell Mexico and Canada what to do. China has that same power in Asia. And you're saying, well, we could just move it to Vietnam. Also, you want to move civilian industries into Vietnam in a war-torn Asia? You want to move it over a sea, which we're literally going to be fighting in? Your
What do you mean?
solution
I,
would
I want to.
require would require businesses to pay to ship things through a sea, the South China Sea, which we would be fighting against China in with our Navy and Air Force over Taiwan.
Okay, I
The
don't
only
like
solution
even
would
even
literally
the
build
even the
things in
event a
America
war
to that,
with Taiwan.
and this is a
so
real
even
thing.
in the even in the event a war with Taiwan, it's not like shipping lanes would completely close. Like there might be, obviously, understand around Taiwan physically there'd probably
You
be
think
shit
we would
going
be
down,
able to
but we would still.
move
Yes, I think we'd
civilian
still. I
ships
think we
through
would
the
still be
coast of
able.
China?
Well, I'm not talking about the coast of China. I think you'd be able.
That is.
I think.
Do you know where Vietnam is on a map?
I know where Vietnam is. You can take
Okay, so
you can
how would
go,
we get stuff to Vietnam?
You can go south from Vietnam and go and
From
avoid
where?
China.
Through where?
What do you mean through where?
Like, explain it. How would that work?
Like you go south from Vietnam,
China
right?
has a
And you end
almost
up
bigger navy
sort of
than the
near like
U.S. You don't think
Indonesia.
they couldn't? You think, what are you talking? Ships move. You wouldn't be able to get anything in and out of Asia. They own that region. That is their sphere of influence. That's just like if Russia invaded
So
Mexico.
you think
Like, we wouldn't go, well, that's Mexico. Like, what do you? This isn't how countries operate. They have policy positions. We couldn't do that. That wouldn't happen.
So even right now, when the Houthis are like attacking ships in the Red Sea or whatever, ships
from
can
Yemen.
either. I mean, some ships even still go through the Suez Canal or whatever, and a lot of ships
it's costing
just go around the
billions of
Cape.
dollars.
I understand it's costing billions of dollars.
They go
a lot of ships go around
Africa.
Yeah, they go around the
Do you
they
know
go
how much
around
that
Africa.
costs compared
I
to
already told you.
Suez?
Yes, I know it costs a fuck ton of money. Yes, I agree.
Which would be bad for the
but-
economy you're championing, by the way.
It's bad. It's bad relative to the
Because if
going
we don't have
through
to
the
trade
Suez.
that much,
But
then
guess
this
what?
wouldn't
Guess
be an
what? This is
issue.
what's
This just
great.
wouldn't be an issue.
If investors think that they can make products for cheaper in the U.S. because of the added cost of shipping, then they will get loans and get investment and make the
So
shit in the
only
U.S.
way
The
you would
free
be
market.
bolstering American industry in this specific example is by going to war with China rather than just doing tariffs.
I don't know how that follows from what I just said. What I just said,
Yeah,
what
it
I
is,
just
it is.
explained
You
to
said,
you.
well, if we're
No,
at
wait,
war with
hold on.
China and shipping is expensive,
What I just explained
well,
to
then
you
we should just
is
build
that
stuff
if
here.
shipping,
okay, we should do that
wait,
before
hold on.
we're at war with China.
No,
That's
so what I just explained to you is that if the added cost of shipping from either like going through like south from Vietnam into Indonesia, like using trade routes into Pacific further south,
from where through
if,
where?
if that added cost is
You don't even-
is enough
it's
to make
okay.
U.S. production of goods profitable, then investors in the U.S. will naturally do that.
So you are okay with with investors, facing a war in China, Americans are dying, this world, which will become reality eventually. That's when you'd be like, yeah, let's build stuff here. Just no
I'm
tariffs.
saying that'll naturally happen without tariffs. Like,
Yeah, don't you think that
because
would be
investors
bad,
will make money.
moving entire industries across a sea and continents? You think that would pick up?
What do you mean?
People would
think,
be unemployed.
No, I think
This thing would have by the time these corporations and businesses and capital holders caught up, hundreds of thousands of people, maybe a million, would be unemployed. Millions, because California is pretty big. Millions of people would be unemployed. The entire tech industry, which you're championing, would be gone. And this is something that is going
What do you mean?
to
No,
happen.
the entire.
Like,
if China invades
war with-
Taiwan, I will bet
it
you $1
takes
million
years. How long
right
does it
now.
take to
Apple
build
is
a
not gonna.
factory?
Apple is not gonna cease existing if China invades Taiwan. Apple's still gonna be
but
making
people
products.
will be
There might
unemployed, and companies will lay off workers who aren't programming anything
Okay.
for devices that won't be built for years because it takes time to build. That's why
I
I'm
understand.
pro
Yes,
tariff.
it takes time to build. Well, I think, but tariffs reduce
So there would
employment
be
in other.
literal
Wait, hold
years
on.
of time in which there is
You
no
understand,
production of these
the
products,
reason I
which are
support-
dependent on an industry you used as an example for free trade being good. That makes no sense. And that's probably why you wanted to remove the geopolitics from it, because as soon as you examine it from that perspective, tariffs make
No,
perfect
so
sense.
I already granted you that obviously for strategic industries like semiconductors
move
that
the
are
tech
important for our
industry here.
military.
How would we get the tech industry here?
The tech industry is here, buddy. But
What do we produce here? How
I already
many
granted
microchips do
you-
we make a year?
I don't know actually, but that's
What
not the
about the
tech
iPhones?
industry.
Where are
That's
they
the
made?
semiconductor industries.
Where are the
iPhone-
MacBooks? Where are the computers built? I bought a computer.
So do you think the tech industry?
Let's
do you
just
think?
talk-
Wait, hold
you're-
on, Randy.
you're a
Do you think
computer.
the
You play
tech
video games.
industry?
Where do you think your
do you
graphics
think,
card was
do you
assembled?
think do you think the tech industry is the capital intensive research and design that goes into how to make, understanding how to make these
It's
chips and
irrelevant
how to
because
jam more
it's
and
not
more.
done here, and if it's not being done,
That
there's
shit
no
is
need for
done
people
here.
to
That shit
design
is done
things.
here. Apple is headquartered here. What do you mean? All the design, all the marketing, all that shit is done here. The only thing done in China
manufacturing
is the
done in China.
Yes, I understand. Yes,
So
the
what
tech
would you need to be
industry, the
advertising
tech
for? What
industry,
products
the
would be
tech
made?
industry, the tech
Literally,
industry,
no,
the tech
not
industry,
fun.
the tech industry is not it's not the final assembly of iPhones. The tech industry is mostly all the
No, I
research and
understand
development
what the tech
and
industry
marketing
is.
that
Yeah,
goes
what
into
would they
it.
be
Doesn't seem like you
R&D
do,
and
buddy.
marketing for? Non-fun. What would they be marketing for if there would be at least 3 years of no assembling of building of iPhones?
There's
or
not going to be,
MacBooks
even if
or
China
computers?
invades Taiwan, there's not going to be no iPhones shipped over. I already explained to you that
through Vietnam, through a
It's not
war-torn city,
incredibly
obviously.
hard. It's not incredibly hard to shift production of iPhones from China to India or Vietnam. That's not something
We
like
wouldn't go to
Apple.
India.
Apple already makes some
Are you
iPhones in
familiar with
India.
bricks?
I am familiar with bricks.
Okay, do you know what they exist for?
I kinda. I mean, I think
What
they
were they
exist to
ex-
try to
what were they
challenge
made
us on
for?
the
What was
world
the
stage,
goal?
largely, but
Against who?
against the U.S. What do you mean?
So why would they ever allow us to profit there?
Why do they currently allow
In a
us to
world
profit
where
there?
their ally, their trade ally, it's BRICS, Russia,
Wait,
India,
to be
China.
clear,
They're all in BRICS.
you think if
No,
China invaded
no, you're
Taiwan?
saying things. Let's talk about them. Are you not familiar with BRICS? You said yes. China, Russia, Iran, and India are all parts of BRIC, or BRICS, and it's growing. BRICS isn't even the accurate acronym. It's like a bunch of countries now. It's like Brazil's in there too. So when they created this trade alliance to oppose America, to oppose the dollar, to weaken America globally on the world stage, right? Why would they act against the interest of their ally in the interest of their enemy?
So I just want to be clear.
You
think
said we're going to be able
China-
to, over the course of 3 years, we'll just move the manufacturing to India, who's an ally of China.
You think if China invaded Taiwan,
And then there will still be 3 years of no
iPhones-
production. There will still be 3 years of no production, which would end up in lots of loss of money for these companies, which would force them to lay off workers who are unproductive, which would be people in the industry you're championing, like marketing people and software programmers.
I just want to be clear.
They're programming software for things that don't
China
exist.
invaded
They're designing
Taiwan,
things that can't be made. They're
You think if
marketing things that won't come out.
you think if China invaded Taiwan, no iPhones would be made for 3 years. They wouldn't move to India. They wouldn't move to Vietnam.
No, 3 years is
Those
just how
are-
long it usually takes to move industries from country to country.
Okay, so you
And
don't think
that's the liberal estimate. That's like smooth as possible.
you don't think any iPhones would be made
conservative.
in Vietnam and India because China controls them?
If we're at war
And it
with
would
China,
take-
we wouldn't be able to.
We wouldn't be able to
act in
import
Vietnam.
iPhones from Vietnam or
No,
import,
we wouldn't.
import
That route
iPhones
would be
from
closed.
India.
How do we?
What,
how do we
what about
trade with
South
Vietnam?
Korea?
Through
What
what
about
ocean?
South Korea?
Who does South Korea border with a sea smaller than the Lake of Michigan?
So to be clear, you think it would be impossible to get ships?
Look at how would
I
we
know
trade in
I know
China?
where South Korea is. I know where
Okay.
South Korea is. I
So-
don't think in the event of an invasion of Taiwan, it would be impossible to trade with South Korea, Vietnam, and India. And I don't think anyone other
South
than
Korea
you
is our
thinks that.
military ally. We would be having military troops in South Korea. We would be basing ships out of South Korea and Japan as well. What do you mean they wouldn't be opposed to us moving things? If we're at war, they want to neuter our industries to pressure us out of war. That would be their goal. What
That
are
would
you
be
talking
South
about?
Korea's goal?
You don't understand these. You might understand like
Wait, that would
like
be. Am I
domestically
missing?
it's good, but
that,
under
that would
any
be South
pressure,
Korea's goal.
any foreign pressure on our economy and it'll crack, and you acknowledge that, and yet are
I
against
don't.
building this. Well, you can't argue against it. You said, oh, we'll move out of South Korea, which borders China, and we would be organizing troops
South
and
Korea does not
probably
border China, but okay.
fighting China from. No, but they have a very small sea right next to there. We would have.
I just
Navy
want to be
there.
clear. Your position is that you think it would be
North Korea is an ally of
impossible
China,
or
by the
near
way.
impossible. Yeah, but where North Korea is an ally of China.
Okay, so
Shocking.
they would border an
I-
an enemy as well.
So to be clear,
That's good.
you think it would be impossible or like nearly impossible for shipping to go from South Korea to the U.S. in the event of war of Taiwan?
Yeah, that entire ocean would be dominated by the Chinese Navy,
And what
or
about
we'd
Japan?
be fighting there.
Do you think it would be impossible to get resources from Japan in the event of war with Taiwan?
No, probably not, because we have bases in Japan and they have an eastern border that isn't uncontested by China. But
So
North
do you think
Korea launches oceans in their sea launches missiles into their ocean all the time. So that's assuming like no one's launching missiles. It's just like ships fighting.
Okay.
Japan would be threatened by this as well, and Japan would be at war as well. So you're assuming
probably.
their economy would be strong enough to like handle that.
To
Move a bunch of
produce
shit
to
there,
do the
build this.
final
They're at war.
manufacturing of iPhones, yes, I think even in the event of war of Taiwan, some
Like the assembly?
countries would still be able to do the final assembly of iPhones. Yes, I
Do
believe.
you know
that
what
to be the
war
case.
does to countries' civilian economies?
Usually it's pretty bad, but like even like look at Europe's
Like
economy
it's usually pretty
right now.
bad.
Like they're
What do you think? What do you think happened to the United Kingdom? They weren't even invaded.
okay.
They didn't even have any fighting on their land. Do you know what
First
what
of
a
all,
war with Germany did to London?
I don't think
to their
Taiwan.
economy?
I don't
We had
think
to
I
pay
don't.
for it.
So I don't think war. I think war in Taiwan would probably be more like the war in Ukraine than like fucking World War
We
III.
had
But
an
if your
Asian war.
position,
We did
if your
Vietnam. We had the
position,
Philippines.
if your
What are you
position,
talking about?
if your position is that in the event of literally World War III,
Which is real.
our
And a foreign
economy,
policy prescription by our country.
economy would fail. I agree.
No, but what you're
like,
proposing would not be possible.
but-
it would be totally destroyed. Our tech industry, yeah, totally destroyed.
in the event of, but
Or
so
mass
what I'm
unemployment.
so in the event of World War III, so long as the U.S. is involved, our economy is going to do poorly under both
stock market
protection,
would tank
under
too.
both.
Because
Under
people
both
don't buy
protection-
companies in times of war; they sell.
So in the event of literally World War III, our economy would do poorly under both protectionism and free trade.
No, under protectionism, we could prevent this. If we propose
could prevent
protectionism
this.
now, we could build things here, and then in the advent in which one of the countries we import, millions and millions, billions and billions and trillions of dollars worth of goods from, we're not relying on them for goods or raw materials or assembled materials or products, whatever you want to call it. We would be stable. We would be okay. We wouldn't
Do you think-
crash.
Do you think growth in employment in the U.S. overall would be higher or lower under
No,
your
I mean, war
ideal-
is bad. War is bad all the time, but it's better for a country
great.
which acts as the world's police and intervenes in almost every conflict to be able to maintain stability.
If we didn't have
if
free
any
trade, I
country
don't think
acted
we'd be
back.
I don't think we'd be a big enough country to be
Free
the world
trade,
police.
free trade is if we had free trade before World War II, we wouldn't have even been a superpower. Before
I
World War II,
don't know if that's
our
true,
entire from the founding of our country until after World War II, when we had to open up trade to Europe and build Europe, literally we paid for Europe's rebuild Europe and Japan.
I'm familiar with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't. Before then, we had a protectionist economy.
So
Our
do you-
entire
wait,
foreign
hold on.
policy prescription was about
Real quick.
non-intervention and growing American industry. That was
Do you-
FDR's
so, real
giant
quick.
thing.
Yep, I-
FDR's biggest,
hold on.
the
So
New
I
Deal.
don't
not
know
the
why
Green
I
New
can
Deal.
never-
The New Deal was about building things here. Was bringing back the American
FDR
manufacturer. And that New
That,
Deal.
I don't really think that's what the New Deal was particularly about.
Yes, it was
Also,
employment. It was
FDR
Social Security. It was
FDR
workers' rights.
Yeah, that's not about American manufacturing. FDR actually
It
signed a bill to get rid of a lot of
encouraged
tariffs.
workers
By the
getting
way,
into things, yeah.
FDR like signed a
Against who?
reciprocal against any.
We literally
against
cut off oil trade to Japan under FDR. What you
in
talking
World War
about?
II. Yes, I understand, but FDR also.
Before we were at war with them.
I understand. Yes, after fucking Pearl Harbor,
Okay,
sorry,
so he
before
wasn't
Pearl
with the
Harbor,
free
we
trade
cut off
act.
oil to Japan. I understand, but FDR also, just to be clear, signed like a reciprocal tariff cut act where we would cut tariffs on any country that
The
cut tariffs
point
on
of
us.
the New
But
Deal
real quick,
was
can
to
I
bring back
please
stability?
fucking
No,
finish?
you don't know what
a-
you're talking about. It's
The
great,
point of the New
but,
Deal was not to revive American manufacturing. And real quick, do
It
you have
did
any?
though.
So do you
It
have
did,
evidence?
though.
Do you
World War
have
II
evidence? Do you
under
have
FDR
evidence?
with the New Deal brought back the American industry, which was suffering under the Great Depression. And because we were not at war, and because we brought back our manufacturing, or we not really brought back, but just grew it to the size it should have been, or regrew it back to where it was before the Great Depression, we were able to win World War II and support all of the allies while we weren't fighting in it. You understand that, right?
So
the entire growth
I
of our
think-
industry was about manufacturing things, and that industry
because
we
can't
we
say
were
that word.
we
'Cause in every-
depleted all the way until now under free trade, and now we can't manufacture anything. In the event of a World War
Again,
III,
I
which we
already
are
told you
increasingly closer
we
to,
manufacture
would not
more
be able
shit
to do
now
these things.
than we manufacture more shit now than we
Not
did
comparatively to other countries. Yeah, we in 1918
even
they
comparatively, it
manufactured
depends
more
on-
than 1910.
What? Sorry.
What are you talking like I could say that about any time and just move forward. Our population's growing.
Well, yeah, I understand, but like even that's why we do things
In
like adjustment
2005 to
inflation, like that
2010,
real
There's
value
probably raw
added.
numbers
But
more.
well, yeah, but okay. So the New Deal, I understand.
We could talk
I
about
I
other
will
than geopolitics.
I
but
will hold on real quick.
we're
I
not
will
ready for that.
I will credit a little bit like the New Deal probably helped get us out of the Great Depression. And obviously, anytime you get out of the Depression, your economy is going to start growing more. And because the U.S. was largely a manufacturing economy at the time, obviously that led to the manufacturing sector growing more. But FDR also like signed a reciprocal tariff cut act, like after World War II. That's when we started moving in the direction of free trade. Like, and FDR was partially responsible for that. And I just don't. I understand we semi had this protectionist policy.
The New Deal, I just looked it up, did have a bunch of policy prescriptions about growing the American manufacturing base, but that's fine.
Okay, great. So, do you have any evidence that the protectionist policy in the U.S. was actually responsible for the growth that we were experiencing prior to World War II?
Yeah, I can do anytime. I have 5 examples right here from before.
5 examples. What do you mean example? Give one of them.
Like instances in which tariffs were beneficial. I have
on net or to certain industries.
On certain industries.
Okay,
but
so
I'm
always wait.
I have one from 1816, 1861, and then I have the recent controversy when you brought up the 90s. I also have about the manufacturing of vehicles, which was a very big deal back then. So
tariffs again are usually going to have beneficial impacts on whatever industry that they are protecting, right? They have a lot of negative impacts on downstream things and consumption and overall investment. And that's why if you look at like actual data, I have studies I can send you about the tariffs that were in these protectionist policies that we had in place actually reduced. They probably reduced U.S. growth, and they reduced labor productivity in the U.S. They reduced in the industries that were more heavily tariffed. They reduced labor productivity, which seems to suggest that they did not actually have a positive impact on growth. And because a lot of the tariffs also affected capital goods.
Harley Tariff Act.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
No, and we had no major free trade agreements with any other foreign power before World War II.
Okay, that's relevant to any.
Yes,
how is that relevant to anything?
Our entire economy was protectionist, even under the most liberal candidates like FDR.
So
before World War II, before the start of World War II, our country was a protectionist country.
So do you have any evidence that protectionism was good? Was my question. Do you have any evidence that actually benefited the U.S.?
Yes, the protectionist. It was required to have our industry safeguarded from foreign imports.
Okay.
Or the American industry would have suffered, just like it is
now.
So
do you have any evidence that, for example, that actually increased U.S. growth or increased U.S. employment? You want an example of
tariffs being good?
Here, are you going to give me a specific industry when I'm talking about on net?
Yeah, I have 2 specific industries here.
Okay, wait, real quick. I just explained this to you 5 seconds ago, dude. Obviously, I'm going to agree that tariffs are often at times going to have positive impacts on the specific industry that is being protected, but they have negative impacts everywhere else. That's what we saw with the steel tariffs. That's what we see with tariffs why? I mean, like, why? So,
why.
Yeah. So number one, with things like intermediate goods, for example. I gave the example of steel earlier. These are goods that other businesses use. So if we increase the price of steel via these tariffs or whatever, you may help steel producing, the 1,000 or so steel producers in the U.S., but you're going to hurt the 80 other jobs that,
it would be hard until
rely
steel
on
leveled out and more steel manufacturers came about, and then there would be competition.
So we can go over that in a second, buddy. But
I'm not even going to refute you. Yeah, that would be the immediate reaction. I think
it still has negative effects in the long term. And again, we have evidence, we have studies that all say that like we have these.
Eventually, these industries would come back.
We have these again. I can explain to you opportunity cost in a second, buddy. But look,
you already did. I understand opportunity costs. I don't think that's enough. I think you can say
you don't think that's enough.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't care actually. I don't think that's I don't think that neuters my argument at all. Opportunity costs. It costs more. It costs more to do it here, and therefore they're incentivized to do it elsewhere in the interest of profit.
Do you think that's what opportunity cost is?
Yeah, but that's like the whole basis of the argument.
Tell me the definition. Please tell me the definition.
I don't know the exact definition, but when you explained it earlier, that is what you basically said.
Okay. So I can explain to you opportunity cost in a second. But I just gave one example. If you tariff intermediate goods, that's going to hurt production in other industries. Also, tariffs hurt the export sector. When you tariff stuff, you appreciate exchange rates. You make the value of the dollar go up in world markets. And that reduces That reduces exports.
Do you want
that
the
reduces.
do you want the dollar, the value of our dollar to go down?
Do
Is
you
it not good that it goes up?
do you agree or disagree that increasing the value of the dollar in world markets will harm American exports?
You said, do I agree or disagree that if it goes up or down, it will harm American import?
American
You just said if it goes
exports.
up or down. What do you mean?
If it goes up, it will harm. Will it harm American exports?
Probably, because you
Yeah.
said the American dollar would be worth more.
In
That is the goal.
in foreign exchange markets,
Yes, that's
not
good.
domestically necessarily.
That's good for the if the American dollar is worth more globally, we have more power globally.
Well, it's cheaper
That's
for us to
good.
buy imports, but you would agree it's harder for countries to buy our exports, right?
Yeah, our prices would be higher.
Well, yeah. But for other market again, not domestically for other countries. But you would agree. So that hurts American exporters. That hurts these manufacturing companies that export their products to other parts of the world, right? So that's a very like direct mechanism by which if you tariff,
Yeah, but if we're the manufacturer of the world, they would have to.
not necessarily if it's prohibitively
Yeah.
expensive to do
If we
so.
are if we are the superpower and the manufacturer, they don't get an option. That is what happened after World War II. The entire world was destroyed,
I mean,
and we were still charging. Like that was a huge controversy. We were fighting with the EU about it, or what would become EU. That was a huge controversy. If we are in charge of the world and we have the prices and we can export power on other countries and coerce them into, using our dollar and buying in our markets, then it's irrelevant.
So the point
You want a free trade, globalized world, and it's like, oh, no one ever fights. We have the largest.
Well, I actually do believe that free trade
we have the largest
likely
manufacturer.
I do believe that free trade is probably
just export our power on them like we did during the Cold War and in the and then towards the end of it in the 70s.
The point I'm trying to get you to recognize.
That's what we did in the 90s. Actually,
the point I'm trying to get you to recognize
with
is
tariffs.
The point I'm trying to get you to recognize is that taxing imports via tariff is also going to, in effect, be a tax on exports, and that is going to harm American exporters, and that harms American jobs in the export industry. So you would at least agree that tariffing.
Give me an example on how many jobs were lost.
I can probably find something on you, but this is for you.
But yeah, we can keep talking.
But I mean, this is a like logical like economics like 101 thing. Like this isn't. I can probably find empirical evidence, but
because like your argument is like, oh well, they wouldn't buy from us; it would be too expensive. We own the entire West.
Well,
if we exported our power on it would require very little effort to make them interact in our market.
Presumably, you don't disagree with the law.
You know what happens if France in this? Do you know who like you don't understand how things work? Like you just don't get it. It's very silly.
Do you agree
if
or
France
disagree?
Didn't do that, France would fall apart.
Do you agree?
If we could collapse France with like a policy decision.
Do you agree or disagree that the higher the prices, typically the lower the quantity demanded is? Do you agree or disagree with the law of demand? Like,
sure, I agree.
Mooncrawler, I know. Okay, great. So we agree. If we increase foreign exchange rates, American exporters will be harmed, and that will harm
things will
American
be more
jobs.
Expensive.
Yes.
Okay,
great.
Give me an example.
Okay.
Because we've had tariffs for over 150 years of our country's history. The common policy was extreme protectionism.
Yeah, and
so
like most of it, again, I cited evidence to you earlier that like most of these things tend to be bad. Like I can
give me an example of that.
So I cited earlier for you a study on the steel tariffs that Trump did, which decreased even specifically manufacturing employment because
by how much?
It was like 75,000 jobs in total.
And how many jobs were gained? Well,
1,000.
It wouldn't matter because the tariffs are gone. Yeah. Tariffs were gone. So
there were like 1,000 jobs protected in steel industries. But look, I mean, we're also like there's a study from the IMF over 151 different countries over 50 years. Okay, they found tariffs led to decreases in output, decreases in productivity, higher inequality, real exchange rate appreciation, real exchange rate. This is across all industries. This is looking in their aggregate.
Yeah, but like
impact.
there would be like 2% in one and like 30% in another. Like it's not flat.
Well, this is looking at what do you mean? This is looking at the aggregate impact. So they're saying like obviously tariffs might, if you tariff steel, you might increase U.S. steel output.
Yeah,
but for the reasons I just mentioned, you would decrease.
Service jobs based on like consulting businesses would suffer under increased manufacturing and steel, I would be okay with that. So like you're trying to get me to, you're making
Well, I'm
it
just saying that
vague.
total. I'm talking about aggregates because I care what's good for America in aggregate.
What's good for America is that we're not reliant on foreign countries that are our global enemies.
I think so. I don't think that's economically necessarily
not true?
I think from a national. So right now I'm focused on the economics
America
part of it.
isn't
I already
just an
already
economy.
granted. I know. But this is where they
Because if we
this is where
focus, well, I
I
want to
already
talk to you.
explained to
Let's
you.
be serious
This
here.
is where the
If we
this is where the
focus on
this is where the
geopolitics specifically, I win the argument. If you focus on just the
I already
economy,
know.
you'll say,
Look,
"Oh,
I-
well, it's cheaper, it's better." Why don't we just
I
talk
already
about the
granted
real
you.
world and
There's
how it
obviously
works?
a national security carve out to free trade. So I already granted to you. We went over this. I support steps to onshore
Yeah,
chip
you're now
manufacturing
arguing, well,
specifically.
just in the economy.
But
Why don't we just talk about both in the real world where they both
well,
matter?
we are talking about both, but it's important to, I think I already explained this to you. I think it's important to focus on economics because if you believe that tariffs are economically harmful, you're going to be a lot more hesitant as to when the national security argument justifies their use. So what I'm trying
our
to prove,
entire imports being removed
so what I'm trying to
with
prove is
one
that
action
tariffs
taken by China.
are typically economically harmful. Because of that, we should be hesitant as to when the national
But
security argument
how?
justifies
You
them.
say a lot of vague things, and opportunity cost was exactly what I said it was.
to you. I just explained to you.
You know, you didn't. I
that-
asked you, okay, what industries? Oh, all of them. Overall.
What do you mean?
That's irrelevant.
The thing I
don't
was just
agree that all
citing.
of
The
these
thing I was
industries
just
are
citing
good
to
for
you.
America.
The thing I was just citing to you was a study that focused on the effects of tariffs in aggregate. So looking at their total impact.
Do you know why
on,
China's
country's
power is growing and America's power is shrinking on the world stage?
I don't have a. No.
Do you understand
go
that?
ahead.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree? Well, that's what I mean. Do you agree that American power is receding from its peak during the Cold War?
Probably.
And who is growing? Who is becoming the global powers? You know their names. Russia, China,
I don't
India.
know. I don't know if I would say Russia is
Okay,
growing
China
or
and
anything,
India
but
then. They're a little earlier.
I mean,
on.
India is not totally adversarial to us, so I
Do
don't
you know
think
what? But they're in an alliance with China.
I
A
understand
trade
they're in
alliance
BRICS,
against
but we
America.
also we were gonna sell F-35s to India. It's not like we're totally adversarial to India.
But that would be the condition of World War III. Like what you're arguing
Okay.
for is that we should just
I
continue
don't-
to go down this road in which we allow these countries to make up for all of our physical goods, and then we can keep doing quote unquote productive industries that don't deal in real things and can be removed and replaced at any time by these foreign companies or American companies who are incentivized by free trade to move elsewhere if it's ever cheaper. I don't
So,
see how
okay,
that's good.
Again,
You want
here's
to how is
where
that
the
good?
disconnect. Here's where
And you s-
because American
And you
consumers
still haven't answered that.
American consumers benefit from access to cheaper products in the U.S.
Can American
benefits-
consumers buy things
Wait,
if
can
they
I
don't have
finish
jobs?
my fucking sentence? The U.S. consumer benefits from access to cheap products, and the United States as a whole benefits from being able to specialize in areas where we are higher productivity, which increases job opportunities.
banking
It
and tech,
increases
right?
growth, like banking and tech and service
Which are
economy jobs.
industries
Yes.
well, banking is dependent on our dollar. Because if the American dollar just dropped, then like it is now, we'll have issues with the stock market, and then less people are investing and they're pulling their money, and then there's not a lot of jobs for money managers there. But also, which is happening just right now. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well,
Not as
no,
much as
I'm aware.
in
I
World
mean,
War III, but
I
it's
think that's
happening.
because
Okay,
I think
so
that's
number
because of Trump
two-
and the tariffs. But yeah,
Well, it was happening before that. It's just been shrinking. These industries are shrinking. Well, banking is a shrinking industry.
I don't know if
that.
bank-
Like,
I
that
don't
would
know-
happen.
I don't know if that's
Sorry.
true, but okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I misspoke. That would be the result of the world you're living in. The second there's any pressure on our economy, as soon as inflation reaches a certain point, then then the money sector
Again, but
is
we
just
keep going back to
keep
this
doing what?
national
then-
security justification, and
It's not
I'm trying to
national
explain to
security.
you that is you
no,
just
I'm trying
that
to
you
talk
just
about
said
jobs.
it. You just
If
gave it
everyone
national
is
security
laid off
just-
from the tech, and if there's massive layoffs in the tech industry, it won't
in
matter
the
how
event
cheap
you're
things
saying
are
if
'cause people
there's
don't have
massive
an
layoffs
income.
because of World War fucking III.
That's a real thing.
I understand, but
is,
that's
like,
a
going to
national
happen,
that's a
and you
national
agreed with
security
that.
argument. I don't
It has
agree that
economic
World War III is
impacts. You want to talk about things in isolation because it makes it easier for you to argue.
no because
want
I
they
want you to
impact each other.
recognize. Do you? Oh, wait, hold on. do you think that it is logical what I'm saying, in that if you think that tariffs are economically harmful, you're going to be more hesitant to apply them
If you
when you think
if
national?
you believe that, then
Okay.
you would be hesitant. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So do you agree it would be beneficial for us to at least talk about whether or not tariffs are economically harmful?
It doesn't. That it's just half of the argument.
I understand that's half of the argument, and we've talked about national security already a decent amount. But
We haven't talked about how they impact, and you still haven't given me any actual show to answer the question I just asked you, which is, in the event in which there is pressure on the American economy and the people who import don't import to us, all of these jobs dependent on imports, physical things imported from other countries, would be not needed, not necessary.
Again,
And you will
so it's
say,
gonna,
well, we'll just
so
move it
here's
somewhere
the,
else.
here's
That
like
takes
no,
years.
So here's the
People,
so
you're going to say,
Randy,
well, things would be cheaper. People don't have jobs. That's unemployment.
Here's the equation.
Unemployment is when an industry falls apart.
So here's the equation. It's going to be, what is the risk of, this shit going down, right? And how much are we benefiting from this trade? So if I think we benefit a lot from trade, and the risk of shit going down is like not super high, at least in the immediate term or whatever.
Dude, do you know what's happening in Taiwan?
So
whatever, you don't. That's fine.
I'm aware that China wants to invade Taiwan. I'm aware.
What is like literally one of the most recent actions China has taken?
I don't know. I haven't kept up with it.
They're doing training exercises, shooting guns.
Oh, well, I saw some. Yeah,
50 miles off the coast of Taiwan.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but like, so again, if I think that we benefit a lot from trade, generally speaking, then I'm going to be willing to accept some amount of risk that for at least non-strategic industries.
The risk that we would lose these entire industries.
The risk that there would be short-term shocks to industries in the event of World War III.
What? Yeah, no. There wouldn't be short-term shocks. It would be until we get imports again.
Yeah, that's
right.
A shock.
And you want to talk about banking too? What all of these people who manage money, stockbrokers, etc. What companies are they investing in? Tech companies,
what do you mean?
Which are dependent on what? Imports. It's just like you're totally oblivious to like the real world in this argument.
Okay, if you increased all the input prices that these tech companies used or whatever via tariffs, via producing in America, and it would still be more expensive to get all this shit made in America because of our labor regulation. No, it would be more expensive.
It would take time, but then it would be cheaper eventually.
So for a lot of industries, it's almost always going to be more expensive to produce in America indefinitely because the cost of labor is higher and because the
people employed are Americans and they're getting paid more.
Well, obviously, but I agree. I think that trade increases
the cost of labor is higher.
Again,
Americans who actually pay into the American economy would be getting paid more to build stuff here in America, to buy stuff here in America.
It seems like
they wouldn't not grow. They would go up.
Number one, wages aren't stagnant. Number two, because trade allows countries to specialize. You said wages wouldn't stagnate.
No, I said
that implies that they are stagnant.
No, that's not what I meant at all. You're implying that wages are going to be stagnant. They're going to stay the same through all this. If the American cost of labor is higher because you have to pay Americans more, and if Americans are getting paid more, then they can afford more.
Yeah.
That's
so why are Americans paid?
So that doesn't make any sense.
Why are Americans paid more than other countries?
Because our quality of labor is higher, and we have more regulation.
So because of our productivity. Well, some of it is regulation, sure, but in large part because of our productivity is higher. What trade allows is for countries to specialize in areas where they are more productive, and that increases everyone's wages.
Specialized in can be taken away at any time.
And that increases everyone's wages in aggregate. So I obviously don't agree that if you...
in the world where wages are highest is for the manufacturer of everything.
No, I just explained to you why that's not true, because we're not as productive in manufacturing. Because again, trade allows for specialization in America. So
there was a period in time in which we were the producer of everything, and we were the richest country on Earth.
Causal inference is my passion, bro.
That's like even the idea that like the middle class is large is like unique to America. You understand that? Like the things you say, this is because of that. Suburbia was invented in 1950 because we were the richest country in the world, and everyone could afford 2 cars and their stay-at-home wife, and they could support a family of 3 with 1 job. And that was an entirely protectionist economy where we manufactured everything.
I think you have a much rosier picture of the 1950s, and it's true. If you look at like actual quality of life indexes and actual like real wages have like increased massively since the 50s and everything. But look, you have to consider the other benefits from trade here. No, but people
No.
get paid more dollars, so their real
I know what
wage
you're
has
saying.
gone up, dumbass. But okay.
But it'll go down.
But look, you have to consider
As inflation rises, the value of the dollar will go down.
that is definitionally
So
what
it's like
inflation is.
and
But
we're
get
going
wait,
to
hold
keep
on,
inflation.
but you
I
understand.
know
But people
that's
get
what
paid.
inflation
But people
is.
get paid more.
Oh, so they'll just like spend more of that same value in more dollars?
What I'm
How would they
saying
do
is,
that? Oh, we'd have to print more money. Oh, that's more inflation.
no. So real.
Like, what are you talking
So the
about?
point of so the point
That
of
that
real.
that,
So the
that
point of
flames the
real.
fire of inflation.
So the
But
point of
whatever.
real wages is to adjust wages for inflation. So obviously the value of the dollar was more in 1950, but people were
Yeah.
paid a lot less in 1950. Today, people are
Okay.
paid a lot more, and obviously the value of the dollar is less. But if you adjust for that inflation, aka look at real wages are still up since 1950. And
By how
also,
much?
we should consider, I don't know the number off the top of my head,
I'll
but
find
by
it.
quite a bit.
I'll find it for you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Go cite EPI for me, buddy. But
What does that
look,
even
if you
mean? I'm just asking. I'll find it.
API is like a super like left wing think tank that argues that wages have actually been stagnant because they measure it wrong basically. But look, we should consider the other benefits from trade that increase people's wages. Again, number one, consumers are allowed access to cheap goods. That mechanistically increases everyone's real wages because the price of goods falls. Part of the reason real wages are up so much is because the price of goods has been falling, while the price of services has been rising, but the price of goods falling offset that. And you have to think about, again, what happens to the export sector. Think about wages in the export sector. If you tariff things, you already agreed, we're going to appreciate exchange rates, and you're going to harm U.S. exports, and that'll harm the wages of people in the export sector. And the trade deficit, by the way, all that money, the money that quote unquote goes overseas to countries, that's not money we lose. It comes back through investment. They buy U.S. bonds. They buy stocks in U.S. companies.
Which gives
and
them
that
power
finances,
over American companies.
Wait, so do you at least agree that you were wrong in the
To
fact
lobby
that
the
that's money?
government.
Do you agree in the fact that you were wrong in saying that's money we lose, considering it definitionally has to come back?
Yeah, but you just said it gets invested in companies. It gets invested in companies by foreign powers. I don't think that's a loss.
Okay, great.
I don't think that's a win, actually.
Right. So we can discuss that in a second, but you do agree that you were wrong in saying that's just money we lose.
That's what I meant. Is it's like a loss. Like it's not worth it.
Okay,
Sorry.
sure, buddy. But anyway, that investment, like, it increases, workers' productivity. It lets the U.S. government borrow money for cheap. That has a positive impact on wages as well. And again, trade allows for specialization. If countries specialize in what they are more productive in, average wages will go up because productivity is tied to wages. And by the way, like basically every empirical study shows that tariffs reduce labor productivity via reducing competition, and therefore typically actually lead to decreased wages on average.
For a short period of time, it reduces competition.
No. We have long-term studies on this that tariffs and low competition in general reduce labor productivity.
The point of tariffs is to eliminate competition, to allow American industries to grow. That's
I understand.
Yeah.
But, well, what I'm saying, they tend to be ineffective. But you understand your point about wages. Do you think that if it is true that tariffs tend to have a negative effect on labor productivity for sustained periods of time, it's not temporary. I can send you studies of the effect on this over hundreds of years. Wait, hold on. I understand that there are like these specific examples, but like we have studies over looking at
just like say
literally
vague things and you say, well, productivity dropped, and it's like, okay, what industry?
In aggregate,
these industries do actually have more importance than other ones. Some of our industries are more important than our other ones. And if you're going to say industries that are totally dependent on other countries, that's not good. And you admit that that's not good. Yet you still want to have this system until these relationships.
Well, again,
I
think there is a national security justification, and I think that does apply to things like semiconductors. But I think that generally, free trade increases the economic welfare of Americans.
There would be no importing.
But that's what I'm. So,
in the event of the crisis, you say you're okay with prepping for. Imports would be restricted.
Number one,
trade during times of war is always restricted.
I agree. But
okay,
again, it's
then
going to be
these industries again that you are championing.
so we disagree.
would be
So we
neutered.
disagree. So we disagree on the magnitude as to how much trade will be restricted. I don't believe that in the event of an invasion of Taiwan that we wouldn't trade with India anymore. I believe that there still would be relatively free trade with India in the event of of an invasion of Taiwan. The same way we still trade with most European countries with Ukraine. But look again. Hold on. We have studies over like literally 100-year periods that show tariffs tend to reduce labor productivity, and that reduces the country's average productivity, and therefore reduces that country's average wages.
What you mean by that is like industries that are dependent on other ones. Like, let's just be clear.
No, well,
it would be better for Americans to be employed in American companies that are dependent on America solely.
Well, no, I don't believe that.
That would be better. That would be better.
I don't
Even
believe
if things
that.
are slightly or more expensive, those industries will continue to be stable in any time of crisis.
Again,
and
I
we
don't
can regulate them.
Yeah, but think about the again. You have to think about the opportunity cost. You have to think about. So I already explained to you why I think wages go down.
I know what opportunity cost is. You've told it to me twice.
Yeah.
I know the definition.
Great. So you, but
all you're saying is,
why do you keep ignoring it? You keep saying that like
I don't care.
We have
to. Hold
on. I just want you to. Okay, if you don't care, I just want you to bite this bullet. Then that output would be significantly lower. Total production in the U.S. would be significantly lower. Hold on. Wait. Can you listen? Can you answer this question, please?
I know your question.
Just answer.
I just answered it.
Would total output in the U.S. be like pretty significantly lower if we had your ideal system where every product in the U.S. had a supply chain that was like 90% in the U.S.?
Of
yes
tariffs
or no?
and bringing manufacturing back to America is to do what I said earlier, what I just said before you asked me a question. Mm-hmm. And then also, you're saying this as if, well, we would be exporting less and importing less. It would make it to where other countries don't want to buy our goods because the value
exports
of the
are the way we
dollar is
pay for
going up.
imports. They are tied together. Yes.
That's what I said. Anyway. I said both. It would make everything worse. What I am saying, you're saying we'd export less. That'd be bad for the exporting of the things that we would be manufacturing right now. And earlier, that's why I wanted to ask you that thing about trade deficits, because you said something about that earlier, and this ties in. So I'm not going off on a tangent, I promise.
Wait, can you answer my question?
Earlier, you said about trade deficits. Well, that money doesn't go away. They reinvest it in American companies, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which they're only doing because they profit on these investments, yes?
Because they expect to, but yeah.
But yeah, like they wouldn't keep doing it if they haven't had a history of profiting. Mm-hmm. Don't you think it would be better if America was in the position that these other countries are in?
No, not necessarily.
No. You don't think it would be better where America is manufacturing things and we are making the money off the trade, so much money that we reinvest it back into all these economies, increasing our control over their economies? You don't think that would be good? And I'm asking
because
now you're talking about exports and imports. It doesn't matter how much we export because whatever we're importing is significantly more. We don't export enough to counteract the imports, right? And we have all of these negative trade deficits, which we are losing on. This is not a good thing. And you can say, that you disagree, but every party on both sides agrees that this is bad. They agree. Now, some of them don't want to act on it, but Joe Biden passed tariffs because he acknowledged that negative trade numbers are bad. It makes perfect sense to see it that way. Both parties, everyone agrees on that. That's trade.
And I think politicians are the reason. I think politicians have rhetoric like that, and I agree both parties do this. Is because there's like special interests that lobby for tariffs in their certain sector, and it's very politically effective for them to kind of fearmonger about the trade deficit and all these things. But look, here's what I would say. Would you agree?
But you say things
so like, for example, I can give you specific
them.
examples. It's like obviously true. I don't know why you need specific like examples of all these things, but the sugar industry lobbies for tariffs to be on sugar products, or technically it's a quota system, but they lobby for sugar in the U.S. to be protected, and that raises the price of sugar in the U.S. And it makes sense for politicians to, maybe fearmonger about trade deficits to help justify that. And unions do the same thing. Unions will pay politicians, and like politicians will fearmonger about the trade deficit because of it, because they want to tariff these car industry, for example, where there are a lot like workers. But look, here's what I would. Hold on, can I? We have like 5 points that you laid out. First of all, here's what I would say. in the situation you laid out, where the U.S. is in this position where we have run trade surpluses and we're investing in these other countries, the U.S. overall, I think our GDP would be lower. I think overall wages would be lower. I think overall employment would be lower. And there's empirical evidence for all these things because the U.S. would no longer be specializing in what we're long term. And
Yes,
again, I can
because
cite you.
let me lay
I
out
can
my
cite you.
argument.
No, let me lay out my argument. I can't even respond to anything you're saying. Again, I can cite you studies over long periods of time, over like 50 years, that show that tariffs reduce employment, they reduce output, they reduce these things. The IMF did this study on 151 different countries over 50 years. It's a really good study. It's kind of weird you don't have any response to it, but the opportunity cost really only gets higher in longer periods of time because there are gains from specialization.
You can't tell me what industries. Go ahead.
Because the study. So, what do you mean? What the study looks at?
When I asked you about the
total
what industries, and you said it's total, so I go, well, okay, that's not enough information.
So the study, when I say, for example, tariffs reduce employment and output, that's what the study found. They're looking at the total effect, right? So they're looking at maybe employment in X sector, the manufacturing sector went up 5%, but employment in the service sector went down, 20%. In that case, it would be tariffs reduced employment, even if they increased employment in some sectors.
How did America ever get powerful before World War II?
I don't think it was because of protectionism. You don't really have any evidence it was because of protectionism. Again, I have evidence.
I have a study.
I have a study. So the reason we got rich in large
tariffs.
No, do you have no evidence for that? Because no. Yes, you don't have any. So the mechanism by which causal inference is my passion, motherfucker. So I can actually cite you studies of people who looked into this and they found
production increased by 5 times in 10 years.
If tariff production had a positive impact on the U.S. industrialization in the 1800s or whatever, what we would expect to see is that labor productivity in the tariff sectors increased. Guess what? We have a ton of studies on this. It didn't happen. There's a study, Irwin 2000. If tariffs were to have a positive effect on growth, it would come through increased productivity. However, productivity was stagnant in the manufacturing sector, and growth instead came from the intensification of the uses of capital. Since tariffs discouraged the importation of capital goods, we likely would have been richer with fewer tariffs. Here's another study, Klein-Misser 2024. Disaggregate data. I'm citing 3 specific studies at you. Disaggregated data from American Gilded Age show that tariffs reduced labor productivity. It's literally disaggregated.
Where? Okay.
In the manufacturing sector. I just cited you another. I just cited in the industries where tariffs were applied, labor productivity was lower. Is what I'm saying.
Your opinion is because tariffs make manufacturing
hold on, wait. To be clear, it's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. This is empirical evidence.
You're citing it because you believe it. So yes, that is what you're
empirical evidence. But it's not like my opinion, as in like this is like a like preference I have or whatever. This is two different studies that find the similar results, and there's more by the way. I can probably find that find so true that find that in the industries where tariffs were applied, they reduced labor productivity. And productivity in the manufacturing sector was actually rather stagnant. And what?
The manufacturing of what?
What we were producing in the 1800s. Okay. Are you just gonna this is so stupid. I literally specify the manufacturing sector, and then now you're like, no, actually you can't.
That's important.
I know, but for
example,
it's so weird. Like every single time I say these fucking things, you're like, actually, you need to be more specific, okay? Even though I gave you specifically the manufacturing sector. It's not. No, hold on. It's definitionally not as vague. It's definitionally not as vague to say.
Not as vague. It's still vague. Obviously, you know what I mean.
Definitionally not as vague to say the manufacturing sector as it is total output.
The balance but look, between
this
what
is looking at.
This is looking at.
Whether
you like it or not, America exists not in isolation. The policy prescription was protectionist until World War II.
And I'm showing you evidence that the places where tariffs were applied reduced labor productivity in those industries. And therefore, they did not have a positive contribution to growth.
For how long?
For how long? For over the so these studies probably look at different time periods.
You said this takes place in
but it was
1800.
over-
You said this was from 1800.
Yeah, during this protectionist policy you're talking about. This is like Gilded Age.
So
or
what
whatever.
year? What year and what
I
changed?
can. To be clear, it doesn't matter because you
If
won't
you're
trust.
reading
It's
it,
not
it's
like you're
on
going to
there,
trust.
because that'll
you-
be in the study. That'll be in the
I
summary.
understand.
It's not an
I-
article and it is a study. It's in front of you. So just show me.
I understand. But it's not like you're going to trust this shit anyway. Like I don't know what you're. I
I'm
don't know
literally
what you're-
asking you to just read it more specifically because the entire American industry that became the global superpower in Cold War was started by putting tariffs on textiles and steel, which are put in, or iron, which was in everything and still is in everything.
Okay,
Created the industrialization of our country,
and I'm
then
showing
the
you. I am
expansion
showing
of our
you.
country.
I am showing you
You know,
evidence.
the building of the
showing
railroad
you-
west. You know, the thing that
I
gave
am
us all these
showing you-
resources you don't want to use.
I am showing you evidence.
Was also
that is not the
accelerated by a
case.
tariff.
I'm showing you evidence that is
But
not the case because in the
It's not
industries
true
where
that
there
the
were
tariff
tariffs,
the moral tariff in 1861. That's not true.
the what it like
The moral tariff in 1861 did not accelerate the growth of our expansion. That's what you're saying. It's not true.
I'm saying that at least overall tariffs tended to. By the way, I have this answer for you. 1870 to 1913 is what this study looked at, I believe.
So not
And
in
then
the not in the early
can-
1800s, because I asked you about Okay,
This
so
isn't early 18.
before then, like
Okay.
when our country was not a country and didn't have any industrial power and was losing to the superpowers, to the kingdoms that were I can't say that, graping our economy and outcompeting us in our own country, we raised tariffs so high that it created the American industry that we used to be famous for in 1816. In 1861, during the Civil War, following this giant growth of Northern industrialization, we were no longer burdened by the Southern members of Congress, and we passed a giant pack of tariffs, raising things up to 57%
Do you
rate
have-
on
so
foreign imported goods, which
you don't have any.
boomed
So
our
you
railroad
literally.
industry.
So to be clear,
Boomed our
you don't actually have
literally-
any. So you don't actually have any evidence this is causal, right? Because again, what you would expect to see in that case is that the tariffs increase the labor productivity in that industry, but you don't actually have any evidence of that. It seems like I have evidence to the contrary that tariffs tend to reduce labor productivity in the industries that they are placed in.
If what I said wasn't true, we wouldn't have factories
That's not true.
in
You can still-
America
That's
in
obviously
1810.
not true.
Literally, like, we wouldn't have the factories that we have now. The entire reason the North won the Civil War is because of tariffs, creating the American war industry that helped us win the Civil War. Like you're just saying things, and you say things like,
hold
well,
on,
it's not-
if
like,
someone's
you're
saying,
just saying vague
you are the
things
one
about
just
worker
saying
productivity.
things. You're the one
know
just
we
saying
agree on-
things. I'm the
you
one
know
that
we
actually has
disagree on the
models and
importance of
evidence.
productive industry.
I'm the
But
one
it
that
doesn't
actually
matter.
has provided
You're
models and
proposing
evidence.
You know I don't care about, instead of just laying
Yeah, I
out
know you
something
don't
that's
care.
relevant. You tell me.
I have laid out
well,
things that are.
this is
I have laid out
productive
things that are
industries.
specifically
I asked
relevant.
you what productive industries, and when you do answer, they're industries that are dependent on other countries. It doesn't matter how nice our economy is when the global powers, which create trade organizations and military alliances, in the case of conflict against us, as they prepare for conflict against us, it won't matter, because then
So
we
again,
won't have any of these imports.
you never
We'll
answered this
have
question,
years
and
of
I would
economic crisis and crash,
I would
which
really
would be way
appreciate.
worse than tariffs.
I would really appreciate a concession. Do you agree that over in your ideal world, where we tariff these countries who are not dependent on our foreign adversaries,
Building American industry,
that we would be,
which would eventually grow and create competition domestically,
so do you agree? Do you agree that
which would be
overall,
beneficial to our domestic economy?
American,
We
do
would
you
at
agree?
least, because
So,
even in
can-
your world, if
can
we're
you
exporting
please
things,
could you please just shut up for a second and
where we're
answer
like,
my?
even where you say things like, "Oh, we can't import or export," if they're being bought here, then it's okay. The domestic economy would be fine.
Okay,
And
domestic.
then you pretend
so
that we don't
my
have the
point,
giant military that we do, that we couldn't.
You
just
realize
coerce
firms
any Western
benefit.
country into
Firms
buying in our
benefit
markets.
from
We
the
do it all
firms
the
benefit.
time.
Firms benefit,
Just
and
did it to Mexico.
especially U.S. manufacturers benefit from the increased size of the market, right? So if you are a company here, you're limited to like 200.
To these corporations, these soulless things that aren't people. Well, this corporation
So
opportunity.
American
cost,
workers,
it's
American
cheaper
workers,
for the
American
corporation
workers,
to do it in
American
China,
workers,
which gives
American
them more
workers,
money to be
American
productive
workers,
with.
American
I don't
workers,
care.
American workers benefit from the fact that they work in industries that export to the entire world. They're not just limited to the domestic demand, but instead they can export to Europe, they can export to
Hey, fuck
China, they
them.
can export to Vietnam.
It's better for the nation as a whole.
Okay, so
To
I just
ensure
want
our
I would just
sovereignty
like
and
the
global
concession
power.
again. I don't know if you're gonna answer
Even
this.
if it's true,
Would you?
I don't care.
Would you agree? Well, okay, hold on. Let's do this then. Do you think? Let's say it is true that in your world where we do these tariffs, American wages are on average lower, GDP is lower, our total output is lower,
Not real.
and employment is lower.
GDP's
overall.
not real.
Would you care?
Employment would grow. It would be required to grow.
So I already
Industries would- specific. Let me answer because you asked me a question. Specific industries that you would call productive that I don't think are very important for America as a whole may see unemployment or probably would see unemployment. That is the point. We want to shift America from a service economy into a manufacturing economy again so we can maintain our power globally. What I am prescribing to you right now is the exact reason China is the next global power. It's because they manufacture everything. Because they have the say-so.
Okay, so
If we manufacture everything,
so
we run the world. You don't
just
want
real
America
quick.
to run the world. You're a neoliberal who doesn't want America to be strong enough or rich enough to continue
I mean,
this
I
neoliberal
obviously-
world that you want.
I obviously
Like your
think
entire world
America
that you
should
would
be the
even
world
advocate
superpower.
for, I wouldn't, but
look,
you would
so
advocate
my
for is
question,
dependent on American power.
My question to you was, hypothetically, if it was the case that total employment was lower, total output was lower, and total average wages were lower, would you even care? Would you care? Or would you still support
It would
tariffs in
still
that
be
case?
good for America, and then you're implying
Okay.
that Americans
Okay.
wouldn't just
So
force
we, like-
companies that are, because the companies domestically would profit. We could just tell them to raise wages, which we do all the time. So it's like
Wait,
whatever.
so I literally said, okay, I don't know if you're listening. I said, presume it is the case, as is, makes sense from a model, and
I just
obviously
did. I just
empirically
gave a
support.
policy prescription.
No, but
that
you
would solve
you
that
just
problem
said
in
you
your
just
world.
said you just said literally just raise wages. I said presume it is the case that average wages would be lower. Would you care, or would you still support these tariffs?
The domestic economy would be stronger, and we would be sovereign. Yes.
Okay, even if
Our
average wages
economy's
are lower
value,
and
our
total
GDP
employment.
is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if the
I
world
said so.
that hates us
GDP was one
controls
factor,
our
but to be
imports.
clear, I also said total employment and average wages, which you
Yeah, there would be
also don't care
people would
about.
just like we used to tell manufacturers in Detroit, learn to code. We'll tell them go get a welding, go become a welder.
Okay. Well,
That's what I'll say.
hopefully it's
There
good.
you go.
But okay,
But
so you
these
so
industries
you
would
hold on.
maintain
So I
because
understand.
eventually they would bounce back because everything would be manufactured here, and because there's no imports, it would be manufactured here.
yeah,
The
so I
importing would
understand-
be negated. They'd be forced to buy here. Everything would be manufactured here. This tech industry that you're saying would disappear would eventually just come back because we'd manufacture the iPhones here, and it would be cheaper for them to get them here, and we would still need software
So-
developers and advertisers and marketing agents. These things would just shrink in employment until the American economy caught up with the globe, and then
Okay.
these jobs would be necessary again.
So
And
you don't
know
think-
what?
So
If you're going to tell
I
me that
understand
the
you don't-
iPhone would stop being the most, you're going to tell me Europe, the Western people outside of America don't want an iPhone. They're going to stop buying iPhones because it's more expensive. The most recent iPhone's $2,500. What do you talk? People are happy to pay for this garbage at an expensive price. I think they'll be happy to pay for something quality at an expensive price.
Okay.
I think, and you're
So-
just assuming like, well, people buy cheaper things. No, they don't. Some
Okay.
people don't. People
So I
buy
understand
expensive things.
that you do not care about the wage,
Yeah, I already
average
did.
wage of Americans.
care about the GDP,
I
it's not
understand
real.
you don't care about GDP. I understand that you don't care about what did I say? About like productivity, total output, and employment.
Are you
I understand you don't care
pro-slavery?
about the things, but no. But let's,
Okay, slavery lowered the production of America significantly. The emancipation probably.
So,
The emancipation
one,
of black
I'm-
people ruined.
I'm not convinced that's the case, but
Lowered
real quick, can I-
productivity tenfold
can
in the
I
South. Are we going to
please-
end?
so-
we got to keep slavery.
So one, I'm not
This
convinced
is
that is the
stupid.
case. And two, obviously, I would agree that there are trade-offs between sometimes like output and quality of life, and sometimes it's fine
Well,
to.
you denied
it's
that
time to-
during the Civil War, the North
time
grew
to-
due to tariffs passed in the
I don't
Congress.
think I
opposed
don't
by
think there's
Southerners.
I don't think there's evidence for that, and I cited very specific examples of you. But I understand you don't care. So I understand you don't care about
1861,
output. You don't care about employment. You don't care about wages.
Which you're not going.
I
to
just
read,
want to.
but tell me this is true.
So considering the fact that most people care about wages and employment, and most people care
were
about
happy,
GDP.
and also, yeah, totally, yep. And
So
in the
considering-
past, where you were saying people made less and had less, they were happier. So this
considering
implication that like people are better off with this like this mass amount of things constantly, these fucking gadgets or whatever, these toys, these cheap plastic goods, these cheap shitty clothes that give you cancer, by the way, that we buy from China. I'm okay with those things going away in favor of more expensive goods and people being happier. Because that is true. We look at the happiness index. When were people the happiest? It's not now. It was in the time period you were saying that you told me wasn't really real, and I had a rosy, depiction of.
Yes, because real wages were higher. Were higher. Yeah, because we started like diagnosing depression more, and a lot of it probably has to do with like tech or whatever. But do you disagree that we started diagnosing depression more?
I'm just asking you, is that what you're arguing? You can show me that. You can show me it, and it's not cause, and you can show me it's causal.
Look at a graph of depression diagnosis. The real differences
of the time period. People were happier. People were better. We wouldn't have Detroits. Our towns aren't hollowed out.
So again,
manufacturing used to be, and again, there's not a bunch of service
jobs.
Hold
on. This is
the world. Wait,
Randy, please. Randy, please. I want to engage with the things you're saying, but you won't let me. You just go on rant after rant after rant. You won't let me. So here's my point going to be. Considering the point, well, I think you're wrong about most of it, but considering like you just brought up the point about like Detroit again and everything. So considering the fact, I understand that you don't care. So I understand that you don't care about the average wage and output of employment of Americans, but I think that most people do care, and I think it is useful to talk about whether or not
most people are dumb.
Wages help.
You agree?
I don't think it's dumb to care about
Trump on the popular vote the night of the election.
I don't think it's
think most people are smart.
I don't think it's dumb to care about wage growth and employment in America, but regardless, I think it's useful to discuss whether or not we believe.
But if you're going to appeal to the majority voted for the tariffs guy.
So because most people care about these things, I think it's useful to discuss whether or not we believe tariffs will have positive or negative impacts on average wages, on output.
Did the leaving of manufacturing in favor for service jobs isolated in big states on the coast hollow out the Midwest, the Rust Belt, the Northeast? Yes or no?
I would say 40%. Yes.
You said it did already. Actually, I know your answer. It's yes.
I said 40%.
I don't care if
yes,
things are more. I don't care if things are worsely costed or more expensive.
You don't care if things are worse overall.
I don't care if things are worse in your world, because your version of worse is like our clothes are made in America and they don't give you ball cancer. And fucking.
But you understand again,
our industries aren't
because of things like the benefit from exchange and the benefit from specialization
driving
and the benefit
through Ohio
from
shouldn't
the
be
benefit.
Driving through
Can I finish a single
fucking
sentence, man?
You live in the world you're arguing for,
Randy,
sucks.
Please, Randy. So
I
don't believe that to be true, Randy. I don't believe that to be true. Obviously,
the Rust Belt isn't hollowed out. The Northeast isn't.
Randy, I already explained to you. I obviously do think that trade has localized cost and broad-based benefits. So it is true to some extent. The Rust Belt was fucked over by free trade. Wait, Randy, can I please finish my fucking sentence, Randy? Randy,
That's
please.
What you just said. You don't actually care about the people at all.
Randy,
I think
wait, Randy. Your brain is so fucking Randy. I need to finish my sentence or the conversation is over, okay? I think trade has localized cost and broad-based benefits. So it could be true that, like I said, I believe trade is maybe responsible for 40%-ish of the decline in the Rust Belt in manufacturing. I think the rest of it was due to productivity increases that would have happened regardless of whether or not the U.S. engaged in free trade.
Okay, show me it happened regardless. Because in the real world, it didn't happen regardless. We did have these things.
I can send you the studies that estimate the relative responsibility of productivity increases versus offshoring to China with respect to manufacturing employment. I can cite you those studies if you want.
You can show me that study talks about what would have happened if not doing that.
It is likely that the productivity increases would have happened even if the U.S. hadn't engaged in trade.
It didn't happen.
But, I mean, we don't know 100% for sure, but we can make a pretty reasonable assumption that manufacturing still would have gotten more automated even if the U.S. didn't engage in trade. But again, let me finish my fucking sentence. I believe that trade has localized cost in that some towns might lose out because their jobs are offshored, but broad-based benefits in that Everyone in the U.S.
So entire
gets.
states of
Wait,
people,
can
by
I
the way, not some towns.
please
No, I will
fucking
let you
finish my
but don't
sentence?
get it
No,
wrong.
Randy,
You've
you're not
interrupted
letting
me
me
multiple
finish,
times to
Randy.
correct me.
Randy,
Yeah,
you have interrupted me
not
and ranted
towns,
way more. I
entire
bet if we looked
states'
at
economies.
Randy,
Go ahead.
Randy. Okay, so I believe trade is localized cost and broad-based benefits. Some towns might be screwed over, but guess what? Every consumer in the U.S. benefits from cheaper goods.
And what's the solution to those
The
people?
resources that were
Move somewhere
previously
where they
being
can get a
used.
tech job?
Can I
I'm
finish my
asking you.
Can I finish my fucking sentences? The resources that were previously used for building stuff in that plant are now freed up for other sectors to use as well. And
What
guess
do
what?
they use them there?
They flow to more productive
Oh,
sectors.
where did they get used?
Sectors where they have higher. Randy, please let me
You
fucking
told me
finish,
the productive
or I'm gonna mute
sectors are
you.
banking and technology.
Randy, I'm going to Randy, I'm going to mute you.
You know the
Don't
second
let me
you do
finish.
that, I win.
I don't think anyone is going to think that, considering how much you are interrupting. But please, let me finish my sentence. Those resources are then, we now get to import things for cheaper. Everyone in the U.S. gets to import things for cheaper. Well, the resources that were previously being used to produce those things go to more productive use cases, and that raises the average productivity of America, which in turn bids up our average wages. So average wages goes up. Everyone in the U.S. benefits from this increased specialization. Everyone in the U.S. benefits from the cheaper goods. There are obviously some people who are left worse off, but overall, we are better off overall in that more people win. There are more winners than losers.
I gotta ask you a question. Can I ask
right.
you questions now?
Yes.
Yes or no? Did moving manufacturing to and I have like 3, so I just answer, and if you don't want to give a clear answer, just say I'm unclear, because I just want to understand. Did moving manufacturing to China make China the powerhouse it is today?
I would say that is a factor. I don't think it's the only factor, but again, like I said, I would assign maybe 40% responsibility for offshoring.
Okay, cool. Almost half. Number 2.
Well, hold on. To be clear, I think 40% of the jobs in manufacturing were due to offshoring.
I'm talking about China, not America. I'm saying,
I understand, but you're saying
powerhouse?
offshoring. You're saying offshoring these jobs, did that make China the powerhouse? I'm saying 40% of the jobs lost here. 40% of the jobs lost were offshore to China, right?
It's more now.
And it's
more now than it was in the in the 1900s. Obviously, that's just true.
What is more now?
The manufacturing base in China has grown since that initial large move.
I agree. No, I agree. So I'm saying,
okay, so it's more.
40% of the jobs lost here were offshore to China, and that was a factor. It wasn't 40% of the reason that China grew, but it was maybe I'll give you 20% of the reason China grew was because of that. Sure.
I get what you're saying. Number 2, you said some towns suffer, which you're going to keep saying towns, obviously, but people, in my understanding, see it as a lot more than towns. It crippled states' economies, destroyed cities that used to be called the Paris of America. But whatever. What would you prescribe? Basically, what you're prescribing to those skilled laborers who are who are skilled in manufacturing, you're telling them to go get a job in more productive industries. Welding is a skilled job. You have to go to school to be a welder for 2 years.
Maybe I actually don't. I don't know I don't know where economists placed that on the high skill, low skill tree.
I'm just asking. But it's not a non-skilled. It's not like working at Chipotle. It requires something that you have to be qualified in.
Sure.
You can't just be handed a burning stick and say, "Oh, here, figure it out."
So yeah, a lot of these manufacturing jobs are low skill jobs.
I want you to answer the question. Are you prescribing those people to go get a job in like a tech industry or in money, which is fields that they're not qualified in because they don't have a university degrees in those things? And at the time, even if now you're going to argue, well, university degrees aren't required, they were then. So you're just saying that it's okay that this happened. They were unemployed. They were poor till they died, and that's a necessary cost. That's your.
So what I'm saying is, America is better off overall that it happened. Of course, I'm in favor of certain redistribution mechanisms to basically reduce the cost for them, right? Like I'm in favor of a welfare state.
But you're saying you're okay with that. You're like it was a necessary cost.
America is better overall because of it.
Yeah, I'm not ascribing malice to you. You're saying it's better overall.
America is better overall, yes.
Okay. So. And I think we keep getting into the same conversation over and over again. We just disagree fundamentally, and I figured you would have a less grounded standing in this, honestly, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But you're okay with the geopolitical risks. You understand that these industries could be moved and taken away at any time.
Well, we obviously
The
disagree in the
prescription-
magnitude, but
yeah, they could be.
well, we disagree in
Yes.
the so. I mean, like we run through this like 5 times. So I'm not convinced that if China were to invade Taiwan, we would
Not even in war,
import.
like not even like, oh, like it's just possible. Like these industries, because they're not based in manufacturing and resources here, tomorrow Apple could say, you know what, Ireland passed something that makes it really easy to be a corporation over there. We're moving all of this to Ireland. And that's the true thing about Ireland. But it's just an example. They could do that at any time, and there's nothing we could do about it. That's true. You're okay with that? You don't see you're okay with that risk. And
I mean, again, we disagree.
you're
in
also
magnitude,
okay with all of our imports coming. You're not okay with that risk? I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying that this is a possibility. And this is a true thing.
I mean, again, so it's going to be a calculation of, how high do I think this possibility is versus how much do I think
That's what I'm saying. You're okay with whatever the risk is.
Considering I think we benefited a lot from free trade, and I don't think the risks are as high as you're saying. I'm okay with it.
I'm just saying, not even now, but the nature of the world is that relationships change, opinions change. Power and other countries' growing power shifts how other countries act towards the weaker powers. This is just how the world works, and you're okay with that risk. That's all it is. It's not a malicious, no insult there. It's just true. Whatever the risk is, you're okay with it. Number 3.
Well, I wouldn't say whatever the risk, because again, if the risk is so high as to outweigh the benefit, I'd be against it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Obviously you would. But and then number 3, you're okay with it leading to the growing of China over time, even if it is only a fifth or 40%, whatever the number is, growing China's power globally in opposition to America. You're okay with all of these things. And so basically,
with
what
China
I've been outlaying,
specifically, again, I would have a caveat for national
India as
security
well, because
reasons.
they produce all of our medicines,
I do
which
think
are required for things like diabetes.
I do think, one, I will say, hot take, it is good that like 800 million Chinese peasants are no longer in poverty. I do think that is a net good thing.
But yeah, that's what I mean. You're not concerned with the people of America. That's what I mean. Your primary concern is money,
no.
abstracts. It's things like the GDP.
No,
like earlier when I said that earlier I made this argument. Well, no, it's fine. Earlier what I said, I made an argument, like a moral argument, and I was like, people did suffer under this, and you said, well, the GDP rose. And it's like, okay, like obviously there's a disconnect there. You're not really concerned with the people.
No,
I
am
obviously you don't view America the way I do.
Obviously,
I'm a nationalist.
obviously I care about the people of America. Like, I just think that GDP and all these metrics tend to be a good indication.
Don't you think there's poor, unemployed people in America that you would have rather had risen out of poverty through manufacturing, even if it was just a small amount of manufacturing?
Well, look. So here's what I would say is, I could be convinced that there are people,
more, and then the emotion dissipates because it costs more.
Again, so here, if you let me finish like my sentence, so again, if you let me finish my sentences, I would agree. Like, I could imagine a hypothetical where we use a tariff to, like, say, protect, a plant, some type, some plant or whatever, and that prevents some people from falling into poverty. I think the cost of doing that, there's an opportunity cost of doing that, and that, consumers will have to pay higher prices because the plant is probably more expensive than the, cheaper alternative in overseas.
People would be also employed in the building of that plant. The truckers would get employed by moving goods.
So you understand, in my view,
it wouldn't just create employment there. It would create employment all around that.
Well, in my view, you're adding.
You would need more. Depot centers for distribution.
So in my view, everything you just said is adding cost, because that is a wasteful plant, because we could be importing to America as a whole.
Who is the cost attributed to, the worker or the billion-dollar corporation? Just be honest. It's the corporation out. The industry.
Workers also lose out.
Capital holders.
But
they didn't have a job, and now they do. So even if the loss, I'm talking about the people involved.
Well, yeah,
you're basically the argument is that, well, the capital holders would lose out. The people who
no, I think the workers will lose out as well.
Well, the workers just got a new job they didn't have.
But there's probably people in, again, think about, so for example, think about the export sector. So think about the export sector again. There are probably people in the export sector that would have had a job but don't have a job because this plant is artificially protected. There's probably businesses that never existed.
I'm curious about that. How would that work with maybe I could understand importing. How would they lose jobs exporting?
Well,
if we
again,
have
so
more
I
things to
just said
export.
we agreed on this earlier that you agree that tariffs make the dollar stronger in foreign
Yeah.
markets, right? So that means
That's why you need to
exporters.
coerce foreign governments to operate in
Well,
their
well,
markets with
I mean
power.
that just means exporters export less things. If you have less revenue, you can not hire as
Yeah,
many
that's why you
people.
need to cope. That's why you need to do things in combinations with tariffs. That's my whole disagreement with Trump. He just did tariffs.
So you
You
want
need to
to
do things in combination with tariffs. And that
coerce
we
the
do that
entire
all the
world
time.
to
We
buy.
we do that to do things like that. That's our entire Middle East policy. We do that with NATO and in Ukraine and Russia. We coerce them all the time with removing foreign aid, with threatening removing foreign aid. Trump did that with NATO, and that was a big deal, right? Whatever your opinion on that, that was an example of that. All of the EU, the entire continent of Europe, reacted. The Netherlands, for example, jumped up their spending in NATO by 30%. So
Okay,
so
so
like
I mean,
we already no, but I'm not saying that as like, oh, that was good or bad. I'm just saying America already exports its power and coerces nations into acting in our interest. We've done this in the past where we force, like during the Cold War, we would force countries to not trade with the Soviet Union. We would not because they had this vague ideal in democracy, we would coerce them with military power. And I don't know why we wouldn't just do that the same now. In the same way where you talk about, well, workers
well,
would
so
make less.
every time you keep
Well, it's
adding
like we
like
can just
more of
just
these
just
things, like every
coerce
time you
things,
keep saying
just make
like we're
things work.
gonna, like
You
obviously
can't
we're gonna
just
be.
do. Obviously, I'm not insane where I think you can just do one thing in isolation.
Well, no. So like I'm saying, like every time you add more stuff, it gets worse. You're just adding more deadweight laws. So like you bring up this like, oh, this plant won't just provide jobs to people in this one plant. It's going to provide jobs to construction workers. And like again, so long as that plant is like a suboptimal location for that plant to exist, and it could have otherwise been in China, and we could have all
The
import things for
corporation would
cheaper.
lose money.
That's going to be
I'm
more.
okay with that.
The workers will also lose out again. But like
How?
all the like you're just building and building upon the
Because the
opportunity
export
cost when
economy.
you say the trucker that used to ship to this plant. Well, that trucker can be diverted to other places like that. That
Like
is a
where?
good to higher productivity things. For
We
example,
would
I don't
need.
know.
I'm
Like
not saying one trucker would take that job over another. We would need more truckers necessarily. That's just a fact.
well,
We had more. We have less
but
now.
then you're pulling workers from
The
higher.
trucking industry
Then
before
you're
we exported all that was like the one of the like biggest lobbies in our government.
so again, but
The
now you
truckers
understand.
union.
Again, you're
They
just
like picked the
increasing the
president.
opportunity cost. All you're
The
doing to
reason
me is
JFK
increasing the
got
opportunity
elected.
cost. You're saying we need more truckers.
I, I
Well, that's
I'm okay
necessarily
with
going to
increasing
mean
opportunity costs.
going to
That's the
mean
difference.
less, bankers, less Apple engineers, less
We
of all
don't
these.
need as many of those things. They don't help us become powerful. It doesn't matter. That's my whole point.
You don't think
It
that
doesn't matter.
You
It's
don't
not
think that
important now.
you don't think the fact that like all the
Those things
tech
can come
companies,
later.
you don't think that all the tech companies being based in the US makes us more powerful? The fact that all these European countries use Google and use YouTube
Those
the
things
same way
can be
we do?
moved. Those things aren't. But those things aren't grounded to America.
What do you mean they aren't grounded to America? I don't know.
We can't keep them here if they ever desire not to. If we ever go through a long-term struggle or global crisis or another economic crash, we can't force them to move somewhere where we can't keep them here. We can't force them to
I
stay.
mean,
And that's the threat.
first
And
of
these
all,
things do happen. You
first of all,
wouldn't be okay with
I'm
that.
not convinced that's the case. Like if shit really went down, like the US
If
could
these things,
do
if these things
regulation to make sure these people couldn't leave, but I don't see how under a protectionist world how would you stop these companies from leaving as well? Like, what
it's
do you mean?
protectionism
What?
necessarily, um, it's just a big government forcing the economy to benefit the worker and the people at the cost of billion-dollar capital holders, investors in other countries. It's not this. You have this understanding of like free trade being good, so obviously you don't see that like the way I see it. But we live in the free trade world now, and we could even get into immigration a little bit, and that I've been trying to keep it on tariffs and stuff, but like when you talk about the tech industry growing, well, we're importing workers from foreign countries to work in the tech industry with college degrees that aren't equal to our college degrees, which cost the university student 200 anywhere between 60 to $200,000.
Fucking kill
Right?
me,
So
dude.
it's like I don't want to get into that because obviously that's not what we agreed to debate. But in my world, people born in America, live in America, should be employed in America, and should be servicing other Americans and other American industries and growing that. And eventually, if we continue to grow that, we will be like China, the powerhouse of the world, like we used to be. And you're saying, well, maybe things were more productive. And I understand why you believe that. But these productive things, there's no guarantee it'll stay. and there's no guarantee that we can make them
Yeah,
stay. And there's
well,
no
I don't
guarantee
understand
that
what
they
you mean
won't
by
go
there's no
away.
guarantee they'll stay. How do you guarantee that jobs stay under protectionism? Like, what? Like,
Because think about it like this. You said that because basically we're forcing these companies to stay here by tariffs. We're making it more expensive for everything and then making ours slightly cheaper. We create
well, I
tariffs to
understand,
keep
but
these
like, if
companies
you're
here.
like, so your point was about like tech companies, right? You're
The
saying like,
resources are
oh,
here. Basically, if we were using American steel to build like American cars, it would make no sense for them to open a plant in China to build cars because they would have to ship thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds of steel into China, which isn't even a guaranteed trade partner. That would not be cost effective. That would be very
repeat
expensive.
that. You're saying it wouldn't, if we made steel in America, it wouldn't make sense for China to
if we're
import
using American
steel?
resources in America, no, it wouldn't make sense for companies to go base their manufacturing outside of America. That's the whole point of tariffs.
Well, I mean, if you protect them with tariffs, sure, okay. No, I mean,
That's the whole point.
I agree with you there. Yeah, tariffs reduce imports. Wow, we found some
That's the
agreement,
point.
believe it or not.
So
Well,
yeah,
I agree.
that's the whole point.
I just think that there are a lot of benefits to importing things, as I've
But
laid
these
out.
benefits, but I think it's better for the people overall. And you will come back and say, well, goods are cheaper and things are better this way because
yeah, I don't like it. I don't like,
or they
to
have
be
like
clear,
slightly more money in their pocket. But
be
the
clear,
fact that we don't have, but
No,
earlier
look,
you said
I've
it
laid out-
strengthens the American dollar. Well, the American dollar is weak. That's not a good thing.
no,
You
so,
admitted
like,
yourself that tariffs would make the American dollar stronger. Don't you want that?
not necessarily.
There wouldn't be a BRICS if the American dollar was strong.
The American dollar is pretty strong. It's actually part of the
But
reason
it's
we
comparatively
run
decreasing to other
part of
currencies.
the. Well, right now it is because of capital flight, which is another bad thing. But
What's capital flight?
investors are basically
mean,
dumping their dollar. Like, for example, there's a lot of people in Europe and Japan right now that are selling treasuries and instead buying Japanese treasuries or European treasuries because they don't want to be invested in the U.S. anymore because there's so much uncertainty around the policy of the U.S. going forward with
You know
respect
how we
to
could
tariffs and
guarantee
respect
economic stability? If everything was manufactured, built, and then programmed here.
Well, look. So this goes back to
The problem you just described would be totally fixed.
Well, no, because again, you have to
Wouldn't
consider
exist
the
in tariff.
opportunity cost of doing so. So look, I provided
I
multiple
understand what
times.
opportunity cost is, I guess.
No, look,
Yeah.
I provided multiple times. I've explained why trade increases income. I've explained why trade increases job opportunities. I've explained why trade has all these benefits, and it feels like over and over again, you just kind of keep going back to, well, I feel like it would be better for Americans to produce things for Americans, and it's just you haven't really provided like I can cite you studies.
It would be better
that
for
show
the
these
American
things.
worker who is now unemployed.
Well, look, so like I said, I mean, I laid out exactly why I think
It would be
trade
better for the
increases
American cities
job
that were all hollowed
opportunities.
out.
So look,
Job opportunities for the people who are unemployed and unskilled and could not move into those industries.
Well, I already explained to you we should focus on what it do. Okay, let's just think.
Specialization
Let's say hypothetically. Let's say hypothetically, it what? Wow, you're the first person to think of this. Don't Google
I know.
interdependence and gains from trade. Don't look at any economics textbook, genius. Anyway, let's say it was.
I don't
the
agree
case.
with Milton
Let's just
Friedman
say.
on Fox.
Let's just say I'm not. Greg Mankiw, buddy. But
Just,
okay, anyway.
You said a book, so I named an author who's free trade. But go ahead.
Right. So let's just say it was the case. I understand you might not think this is the case. Let's say it was the case that trade did decrease jobs in the Rust Belt, but it increased jobs. So we had a net positive jobs in coastal cities. Let's say 10 jobs were lost in the Rust Belt, but to just make it, intuitive, let's say 100 jobs were created on the coast, right? And on top of that, the average productivity of Americans increased, so average wages rose with it. So average wages increased 5%. Would you then say that trade is a good thing for all Americans?
Yeah, but you're saying for all
That's what
Americans, but there's a bunch
average
of un-Americans who are now unemployed,
Well,
who are unskilled and poor. So it's not like they're going to college.
So yeah, no, I said that. So I literally said
we have a bunch of
let's
dumb,
assume-
poor people who could be middle class who are not because we
so
don't
yeah,
manufacture.
like I said, let's assume that trade is going to lead to 10 job losses in the Rust Belt. There are these dumb unemployed people who are in poverty or whatever the fuck.
You think
But
they're less than look at the way you talk about them. You clearly aren't concerned with.
No,
their
I'm
well-being
granting you.
like I
This is
am.
the way you were talking about. I'm granting you this, right? This is what I'm granting you. I'm granting you that trade will lead to these people being unemployed in the Rust Belt, right? That's what I'm granting.
And I'm more concerned with the American worker than the GDP. That's all it is.
Right. So
I'm
what
okay with
I'm
GDP
saying is, let's assume 10 American workers are unemployed in the Rust Belt, but let's assume 100 American workers are now employed in the tech industry on the coast. And let's assume also that
But
increases
those people
America's
are educated
average.
people who
Can I
can get
finish my
jobs in other
sentence? Can I finish my
industries.
sentence? Let's
Yeah, go ahead.
assume
Sorry.
that this increases America's average productivity, and therefore average wages go up 5% as well. Do you think in that case that trade may be a good thing?
You think, yeah, I agree. I don't agree that trade is a good thing because I understand what you're saying, and even if that is true, we have people who are educated
Well,
with
I
college
just said
degrees,
assume
and
it's
if they're,
true.
I agree with you. It could, like, even if it is true, it doesn't. It's irrelevant to me because these
Okay.
people who are
So
educated enough and rich enough and come from a family that can afford to send them to college are capable of getting jobs in other sectors that require education, whereas we have people who are poor and uneducated and unable to have that mobility, who will not be able to get a job anywhere outside of a minimum wage job because we don't manufacture things. And you'll say, well, 10 jobs
So
were lost here and 10 jobs were gained here. But that's not those 10 people
well, I
didn't
said
go get a tech
100. I
job.
said 100 jobs. I said 10 jobs were
Yeah,
lost
I
in the
said the
Rust
10
Belt,
people that
100
lost
on
and
the
the 100 that
coast.
gained. Those 10 people didn't go move and get one of those 100 jobs.
Well,
They
I
didn't
mean,
because
I
they
can
can't.
cite you. I mean, it seems like to
You're
some
going to
extent
show
that
me
did
a
happen,
Detroit factory
but
worker getting a banking degree
I can, if you give me a second
in
here, I
his
can pull up.
30s?
I can pull up a study that basically shows that there were a lot of manufacturing plants in the Rust Belt that actually switched over to providing services and didn't actually. And manufacturing
What
jobs were lost because they just kind of switched what jobs they were doing. They didn't
exactly?
actually.
Those people are unemployed. I'm
They
not
didn't.
concerned with
Well,
the
no. I'm
corporation's
saying that
interest.
a lot of these people remained employed. They just kind of switched what job they were doing. They maybe like shifted to a more management position um, rather than uh,
You're
this.
telling me the guy who wasn't smart enough to be a coder, who doesn't have a college degree, we both agree are dumb, is smart enough to manage what you said earlier, which is
Well, I'm
exports
saying like
and
there
the
is
outsourcing of
evidence
labor in
that some of this
China.
happened. I can try to find it for you.
You need a degree to do that now. You definitely needed one then.
I know I have this study somewhere. I know it's by Ace Moglo. But I mean, again, like my point is that America is obviously better off overall, in my opinion, even if there is some unemployment in this concentrated in this area, but there's more employment overall and average wages go up overall. So overall, everyone is
People who have a
benefiting from
job.
this.
And
Well,
the
yeah,
people who
but
are
you
unemployed
understand,
in their union
let's
factory job
assume,
do make less. Even if
again,
wages go up, their only option is to go do an unskilled job,
so let's
or if
assume,
because they were skilled in that and there's no manufacturing jobs, they would have to move to some minimum wage job. So even if that went
so
up,
again,
they're still taking a loss.
I already explained to you why I believe that trade increases employment overall, and that I believe more people will be employed overall
No, I
if we
agree.
trade.
That might be true. Like, I'm not even arguing with you on that. I get that. I'm arguing that like we should prioritize the person, the American, over the GDP.
Well,
You're not.
again, I'm explaining to you why I think it's better for Americans, and that more Americans will be employed.
But those newly employed Americans had a college degree in programming and could have got a college degree in something else and moved to a high-paying, educated job elsewhere.
Well, again, but I'm thinking of things again on net. So I'm thinking like I understand.
You
Like
need to
these
think
people,
that's why you think that's the root of the disagreement.
is that you don't
If
care
you
what's
thought like
for
if you
beneficial
saw
for
it how I
America as a
saw it,
whole.
your system makes us very weak geopolitically. You're okay with that. I'm okay with there being a little instability and some companies profiting significantly less if it means American workers are better off.
Well, again,
people are employed.
I
And
have already
you're
explained to
you're
you.
also implying that the same person who got a degree in like software development couldn't have gotten a degree in another sector where they get paid high because they have a degree. You know who can't do that? The guy you just laid off. Like who couldn't do anything else but build cars.
Well, I mean,
and I haven't even gotten to the
again,
example of like the car thing, but I have like the Reagan era tariffs. I hate Reagan,
so
but they did have a net positive reaction.
I mean, we can talk about that in a second.
And that was moving the Asian car industry to America.
Well, we can talk about that in a second, but like again, the thing I would say, like I care about what's good for American workers on net, and it feels like American workers overall are better off under free trade. And then, I mean, I guess again, like
Someone in my chat said something funny. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know if you.
I don't know. It just seems like a fundamental disagreement that you don't seem to care about.
Well, like this is the thing I'm laughing at. My buddy J Papers said the type of job matters. Bro would be fine with everyone being a sex worker. There'd be no unemployment. And that's like, and he's like being hyperbolic, but like you would see that as a
Well,
positive. Well, everyone's employed. Everyone's a sex worker.
well, not, I
Okay,
mean,
that's not good.
so
That's a
not like
soulless job.
necessarily. I mean, I would, so I'll
If
grant
all
that
the
like there are
unemployed
obviously
women in
we
America
kind of went
became
over
porn
this.
stars and started making $200,000 a year, you would be like, well, that's good for them. You
We
would.
kind of. I mean, we kind of went over this earlier, so I agree. Like sometimes,
Yeah.
like there can obviously be like social cost to things that like maybe we find it worth it to reduce output or cause some
Yeah,
amount like
that's it.
come
You
some
don't
amount of
care about the
deadweight
social
loss.
costs. You don't care about the societal degradation or the
Well, if your
or what it
argument,
feels
so
like to
my
live in a
argument,
hollowed
so
out
my
town
argument would be
or a
that
town where
like
none of
free
your
trade
people
has
are
like
employed.
greatly benefited like Americans' workers' wages and like greatly benefited
Yeah, we can order shit
America
from Amazon. Yeah.
economically, and it doesn't seem like the cultural impact of free trade is so
Well, where are you
negative
from?
as to outweigh that.
Well, where are you
Uh,
from?
North
Like what
Carolina.
state? Yeah, exactly. Go check out I want you to go drive through Louisiana or or fucking
I
Ohio
mean, like I
or
am
Minnesota or Illinois or
again
Indiana.
now we're getting to just the same thing of the
Like
localized
it's
cost, but
yeah, I
broad-based
know you don't.
benefits.
Again, I'm cared about the societal, the overall. I'm
But
cared
no,
about
I
the
care about
overall.
societal
You're caring about
overall.
the
You're the
economy.
one that cares about the localized cost.
No, you're cared about the cost of things for people. I'm cared about the people and the country.
Well, no,
That's the difference.
I care about,
Geopolitically, it makes
I
sense
care
to be the
about like
manufacturer.
at
Ge-
bottom, I care
Socially, it
about.
makes sense. People are happier if their town is a booming town with a factory and everyone's employed. I grew up in one of those towns. It is no
No, no,
longer
I
one
mean,
of those
look,
towns.
at bottom, I care about the happiness of people. I just believe that average
Yeah,
wages
but you
going up.
don't
I
because
think you would
people were
agree.
happier
I
in the
think you would
50s when it
agree.
was like
I
this.
think you would agree that average wages going up is generally conducive to
Well,
happiness.
obviously that's not true because like women were statistically happier before they voted. You're okay with that, right? So like you can
Well, I
say
don't
that,
think
but
so.
like you
We're
don't
gonna.
actually
I mean,
employ that in any beliefs, you know. Or but
obviously,
let's not be hyperbolic.
again,
Let's not be
obviously,
I was being hyperbolic, but
obviously, the causality is the thing that would be in dispute there. Were women happier because they didn't vote would be the thing that's in dispute there. I'm not convinced that.
no, but I was just being
I'm not
hyperbolic.
convinced
I
that
don't think we
Americans in the
accept
50s
that.
were happier
But they
because
were.
they.
But Americans
Wait,
overall, families were
can you
happier.
listen?
There was
I
less
said I'm not
divorce.
convinced Americans were happier in the 50s because we didn't have as much trade. I'm not convinced that is the case.
No,
I
but
think
the
part of it is
no. The system in which you are proposing led to the collapse of people's lives. You get that? Thousands and thousands of American people's lives were torn apart. Families were torn apart. People who were in the middle class became lower class. You know, this is a reality. And I would prefer that those people didn't do that. And now think about the outcome of that generations later. Where would they be if they weren't, you know, stricken with this? And you'll say, well, the GDP went up and more people were employed in other sectors who were already college educated and grew up in the middle class, and that's like the disagreement. You're not concerned with the American overall. Are you pro-immigration? Just like yes or no? It's like the
generally,
same thing
yeah,
there.
yeah,
Yeah, it's the same thing there. You see this economic benefit. I don't see people as just like economic representatives.
Well, again,
People. And that's probably
so
because I'm religious and you're not.
I mean, again, like at bottom, I do care about the happiness of people. Like that is quite literally like at bottom, probably the only thing I
Would you
care
want to
about
shift back
is
to
the
a
overall
society like the
happiness
70s?
of. Well, again, so I'm not.
1979 was the
So
peak of
I don't
American
think
happiness
it's
and industry.
causal is the
You want to go
thing.
back to that?
I don't know how causal that is.
No, not
Like,
even like just tariffs or whatever. Would you just want to move society to be just like it was when everyone was happiest and healthiest and there's the least amount of divorce and people weren't unemployed?
I don't know if
You
we
want to
were
go? We can do.
I don't know. I don't know if we were healthier in the 70s. I don't know, but
You know what I mean.
we might have been less fat,
Socially.
I guess. So maybe
Social
but
cohesion.
I don't know. That's a really hard thing to measure. I
Common
don't know.
culture.
I
There
don't
was like
know
a-
that. I don't know that to be true. I'll say that.
Okay.
But I mean, I would look at countries that are like happier than us currently. I mean, like Norway is a happy country, Denmark is a happy
know
country,
why?
and they still engage in free trade and all those things. Like,
Because they're raping our country. Because we
I don't think
supply and we pay
Norway.
for
I
their
don't think
security.
Norway is graping our country.
Yeah, they do. They win. They win and we lose. Norway, Finland,
does
Sweden,
Norway
Denmark,
win?
these beautiful countries that I would like America to look like, they're all protected by American military power. Their reconstruction
agree
was
with that.
subsidized by American dollars. And
Well, yeah, but it's not like
they don't have to spend the money we spend on keeping them together. They get to spend things on like social programs and they are happy. Why don't we spend money
Well, I mean,
here?
I don't think that's the. I mean,
I
I
think we
don't think
should
that's
spend money
the.
here. We could have all those social programs. We don't.
Well, I mean, well, I agree. I mean, I think we could have those social programs, and I think those social programs are easier to
But how would we
finance
afford these
if
things?
we by raising taxes.
No, well, I agree. That's something we can agree on. But on who? On what?
On everyone.
On everyone, right? And these people have to pay taxes. They need a what? A job, a stable job.
Well, yeah.
Jobs that
So
aren't
again, that's what
conditional.
I was about to
Because now this
say.
tax
I think
system
it's
could totally fall
that's
apart the
so.
second unemployment hits a certain number.
Well, no,
How do
look,
we
that's
guarantee
what I was
unemployment
about.
doesn't happen?
What I was about to say
American
is I think
industry.
it's easier to finance these social programs under free trade because free trade increases income and increases growth, and we have models that suggest that, and we have empirical evidence that backs it up.
So I'm
Again,
kind of
also
curious.
wait,
You're
real
okay
quick,
with taking You're
real
not
quick.
okay with
Speaking,
taking profits away from companies. You're okay with raising taxes on them, though.
well, I can answer that in a second, but real quick, speaking of empirical evidence, I found that study I was talking about. It says about 40% of the manufacturing job loss effect is due to continuing establishments switching their primary activity from manufacturing to trade-related services such as research, management, and wholesale. So there is evidence
Job
that
losses from that switch. That's what it said.
manufacturing job loss. Yeah.
Yeah. So the job loss was created from switching. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Well,
what I meant.
manufacturing job loss. So like it could be so obviously if someone switches from a manufacturing job to a
I wish
service job,
Indiana was
that's a
not a shithole
manufacturing
ghetto
that's a
where everyone was
manufacturing
poor.
job loss, but it's not a total job loss, right? This person just
Yeah,
has
yeah, yeah.
shifted sectors.
But
Yeah.
but like you're pretending like the tech industry is everywhere. It's in Texas and in
Well, no, I understand.
California.
I don't know how many times I said to
Now
you. I think trade
yeah, but that's
has
what I mean. But like you think of it
localized
like towns,
cost.
but Indiana has nothing they make or produce. Indiana is a giant poor state ridden with crime.
Well, look,
They
I mean,
wouldn't be if they
I
could
was just
afford
talking. We were
these
just
things.
talking
They
about
would be
the
able to afford these
social,
things if there was money there. There would be money
you
there
know,
if we were
these social,
manufacturing.
these social services. Like, I'm in favor of a like pretty heavy amount of redistribution in America. Like, I think that we should, we should.
Why not just make it to where everyone is productive enough to support themselves?
Well, again, I already
Because
explained to you that
in my world,
I think
everyone would
trade
be
increases
productive enough
productivity.
to support themselves
Well, no, look, I think trade increases.
individually.
I think trade
Not
increases.
individually. You mean overall? I mean literally in the world, the tariff world,
Well,
after the hard years, everything's being built here. There are factories, jobs,
I mean,
truckers. Everyone's employed. People are employed outside of these things. People are employed from other industries being created to serve these new industries. That wouldn't be a problem.
Right. So, I mean, I already said earlier, like, it
Because
seems
state
like we have
governments would
evidence.
all have money.
It seems like we have a lot of evidence to suggest that because the tariffs reduce competition, they also reduce productivity, even in the industry that they are
Well,
that is
historically,
being tariffed.
before we got into free trade, we found the opposite to be true. So again, that's like just a disagreement.
No, I'm
So, like,
actually
for
specifically
150
citing
years since our
studies from the
founding, policy
from the
was
era
just
before we engaged in free trade. I'm specifically citing
Okay, but
evidence.
for example, you said in 1870,
I
after
said
the
from
American industry had been
1870.
built.
One study was looking at 1870 to 1813. That is one
Yeah,
study
but
that looked at that time period, which we were
Yeah,
not
but in
engaging in.
1810,
We
we
were not
passed a
engaging
tariff,
in.
which by 5 times increased our production capabilities
Well, I'm not.
of steel and textiles, which was the only employment in the North, unless you were like a business owner.
So again, I'm
Because
not
farming
convinced that's
had
the
been
case,
moved
but
to the south.
but I mean, it's not like we were freely trading in 1870 and and then to 1913.
We were.
Like,
Free trade was older than our country. The idea of free trade is older than our country.
I mean, let's just look at the average tariff rate. In 1870, it was like 40%, and in 1913, it looks like it was.
Went down because the industry existed.
It went down. It went down to 17%. But like
Yeah,
literally
you don't
our
need to
high
keep
like.
the tariffs high forever, but you just need to keep them high enough to create the industries.
Well, again, but
And
it
then
seems
the
like
industries can
we have
compete and we'll
evidence
win
that the
because we
tariffs
have better
actually didn't
stuff.
really help these industries because they didn't increase labor productivity within these
Okay,
industries.
but like on what? Because the one you're mentioning.
And again,
is
we have
not
to.
even
We should
accounting
also
for
think
the
about
giant
opportunity
tariff
cost
passed
again.
3 years
But
earlier. Like the study you just did, I have this. I have the tariff passed 3 years before that one, and it.
well, to be clear, when
gave
you
us
say
the
you have the
ability to win
tariff,
the
like
civil
you don't have a study like using any statistical methods to evaluate it, right?
reading to you what
you
it's
just
called. I'm
have.
just reading it to you.
Yeah,
Textile.
well,
We literally. Okay, explain to me how textile production increased 5 times from 1810 to 1820. Other
maybe
than
the demand.
tariff,
I don't
that
know.
was
The
30%.
demand for textile was growing, and maybe who knows? Maybe it would have increased more without the tariff in place. Because let's say
No,
hypothetically that there were
it
other
wouldn't have.
tariffs. There were other
The
tariffs. Do you
British
have any
stuff was
evidence for that?
cheaper. The French and British and Spanish stuff was cheaper.
And again,
Hamilton
if you
talked
had,
about this.
Yeah,
Like, he
I'm,
wrote
I'm
about it. You
familiar.
can
No,
read what he
I've
thinks
read
about it.
I've read Hamilton's thing. Hamilton is wrong. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been wrong about free
He's
trade
the
for
goat.
hundreds of years, but
Hamilton's the goat.
um,
You're welcome.
but I mean, look, like to an extent, like it again, it does seem like we have
I
evidence
just
that
all I propose, if I
tariffs
can,
overall didn't actually help
we've been
America
doing
grow
this
faster.
2.5
But
hours,
I
by
will
the way.
grant
This
you,
is kind
I
of
will
quick.
grant you, it is entirely possible. It is entirely possible that there were tariffs that increased production of the protected good. That is obviously entirely possible. I'm obviously not going
Well,
to
maybe if I
deny
say it like
that
this, you understand what I
that
mean.
is a possible effect.
America
But
looked like what I wanted it to look like before free trade, and now it doesn't. Maybe that's what you're now understanding. Like, not understanding. Like, I
well,
am
I mean,
religious.
the thing I
People
would
aren't
just say is we
religious
were a
because we're
lot poorer
globalized.
before free trade. Like
Well,
we were
you know
working
what I mean?
longer
The
hours.
GDP might not matter. This, America beat Britain. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
we can talk
not
about
just,
things
I mean, not
despite
just
GDP.
GDP,
We
but like,
expanded the entire North America based off which, do you know, like, how we expanded into the West? I talked about that. I referenced it and I just named the name, but like,
I mean, well,
we did it. We literally increased our steel industry, our iron industry, and steel and textiles. Right before, we doubled it to up to almost 300 factories, compared to the 90 before. And then in 1861, after the states seceded, they were able to pass all of these, like, very, I guess, liberal laws, depending on how you perceive what side of the Civil War. But I think these were good laws. And these industries that were allowed to boom, like, we weren't importing things. We passed a bunch of protectionist. You understand what I'm saying? So we raised 47% tariffs on textile steels, right?
I
Steel
mean,
and
yeah. So
textiles.
look, like it's entirely.
This gave us the industry that put the railroad across the entire country. There would have been no railroads
I'm
across the
not
entire country if not
convinced
for
that
these
is the case.
industries to be allowed to grow.
I mean, again,
And
I
the
think
only
you have
way
to
they
think
would be
about
allowed to
opportunity
grow
costs.
is if
So,
we
like,
could
let's
have them
say,
here.
so like, obviously, I would say it could be the case that even railroads would have been more efficiently. It would have been able to run more efficiently if they were able to buy imported. If they were able to buy imported steel.
Because they, instead of importing the good, they imported Asian people to build it. So I guess you could say opportunity cost was utilized there.
I mean, that's obviously part of it. But I mean, look, like again,
Are you okay with that?
it could absolutely
I'm
be the
curious.
case.
Are you okay with what we did to the Oriental to build that railroad?
I don't know a ton about it. So like, I'd say like
It was pretty rough. It was like
generally I
slavery.
view like voluntary immigration as like a mutually
treated them like
beneficial
black
thing,
people.
much the same way I
beat them.
view free trade as a mutually beneficial thing. But I'm
It was
aware,
cheaper. It
obviously
was
throughout U.S. history, it's not been so voluntary, and there's been like
So that's all I'm
horrible
saying.
conditions for these
The
people.
same reason you would
But
be
look,
opposed to, like,
here
Southern slavery
I'll add this
or
as
the
well.
Oriental being abused.
Look, if you don't,
I'm just saying, okay, we should just do that with the American worker. We should do
Well,
the
look,
more expensive thing because it's good for them.
if you don't
It's
like
cheaper to have
immigration,
slavery than it is to pay a poor American white farmer.
if you don't like, so I already explained to you the reasons why I believe that trade increases wages, increases growth, increases income,
No,
increases
I know.
productivity, increases all these things, and it's better
But
for
it
the
doesn't
American.
account for
It's
the
better for
other
it's better for American workers. It's better for American workers overall, and
Yeah.
there will actually be a lower unemployment under free trade than there would be under protectionism. But look, if you don't like immigration, free trade and immigration are substitutes for each other, right? Instead of having immigrants
You don't
come
need
here
either.
to produce things for cheap, we could instead just have the plant be based in Mexico, and these,
Oh, so are you pro
these are basically.
deportation?
Well, no. Well, not well. Obviously,
Okay, so
that's a general like thing. I'm in favor, obviously in
if
favor
that
of
would be the
deportation
best
sometimes,
solution for
but
the economy, let's deport them and move the manufacturing.
well,
to
no.
Mexico,
Like,
but you
look,
wouldn't
obviously,
support that
I don't
either.
agree with that. I'm just telling you that if you don't like immigration, then it seems like free
can have
trade
both.
is an alternative for immigration. Well, I mean,
England, the biggest global empire, was founded by ethno-nationalism and internal industrialization and the deportation and
well, look, I mean, it
maltreatment
seems like
of
we have
minorities.
it seems like we have evidence that like this, import substitution programs that went on in a lot of countries were not actually responsible for the growth. Like from my understanding, like
But also,
we have evidence
free trade,
example for in Spain, which tried to do this,
not
that
requiring
it
immigration
kept
just
like
isn't
it
true
kept
because they bring in immigrants for the other growing industries for cheaper anyway.
what?
So
Sorry.
it's like a problem in both worlds. I just wanted to
Yeah,
comment.
kind of
'cause
way
you
is
said,
the
well,
correct. I know, but
manufacturing requires cheap labor. The companies will bring in cheap labor to fill these factories. So if we have them in Mexico, they won't come here. Well, they bring them in for every industry. They do that for every industry. So I don't really see it like that. They're doing it right now
I
with
mean,
Indians and Southeast Asians in the tech industry. I don't know if you've been to, well, you haven't, but look, California looks like an Asian
well, I'm
country.
familiar with the yeah H-1B visa thing and everything.
Not even that, just like
But I mean,
generally. That's like super
well, I
specific,
think I mean
imported
that's
for that reason. But even the Asians who come and immigrate here, they move to California
but
because it's closest,
like
and then
here's
they get jobs in tech.
again here's what I would do is I would not about the immigration thing, but about what we were talking about a little bit
That's why
before.
the Filipino immigration
I
rate
can
is so
provide you models, for example, comparative advantage and benefits from economies of
No,
scale
I agree.
and
I don't
benefits.
really think we're
Wait,
debating
wait, wait.
anyone, Anton. I'm
Can I?
sorry, but yeah, are
Yeah,
we?
well,
Go
let me
ahead.
just finish this thing. Like, I can
Yeah,
provide you these
finish. Sorry.
models. I can provide you these models that show free trade is generally going to be something that increases
Can you
growth,
send them to
increases
me?
income in a country. What models?
Just DM me the links. I'll
To
look at
what?
them after
To
we're.
models?
Yeah, it's the models. Let me look at them.
I mean,
I just want to see what you're saying.
I can look at comparative advantage in Wikipedia. Then I can send you
Oh,
that, and I can send you
oh,
the
is it from Wikipedia? I'll just look it up after. It's fine.
yeah. Then I can send you look up new trade theory.
Cool.
Like these are generally the two models I'm talking about. And look, the empirical evidence backed it up. Like I have a like there's a study from Spain that looked at their like protectionism, and it seems like it kept them poor for 20 years after the Civil War. We have evidence from Argentina that protectionism is partly what led them to falling out of the ranks of being a relatively rich nation. Um,
I think the opposite. Look what just happened to them right now.
because they cut tariffs. You realize Malay cut tariffs, right? Like Malay is a
Yeah,
free
and
trader.
it's destroyed.
I don't think
Argentina's
it's
like a
a.
failing economy right now.
I don't know a ton about Argentina specifically, but
Oh,
I
it's
like
bad, but you can probably attribute that to other things in
I mean,
combination
yeah.
with
So
that.
I'm not convinced that like I mean I'm not
He
a like
he
libertarian.
unnationalized all of their resources.
Yeah.
So
So
it
like
was
I'm
rough.
not a libertarian. And, like I think it. I'll even grant you this. Like it could make sense to nat. I think we actually probably should nationalize resource extraction, or if not
Sure.
nationalize it, like we should have a sovereign wealth fund to like tax resource extraction. Um,
No,
but but
no. Then
look,
they won't do
look,
it.
it seems
They'll do it
like
somewhere else.
actual like studies on it seem to suggest that like in Argentina, protectionism was at least a big factor in why they
Yeah,
experienced the
I,
decline
I
that
mean,
they
I get where
did.
you're coming
And it
from.
looks
I'm
like
gonna be honest.
there's another
We've been
study.
debating for 2.5 hours, and I
Yeah, I
gotta.
mean we can go. Yeah,
So, can we close? Because I feel
sure,
like we've
absolutely.
all, I've heard your opinion a lot. You've
Yeah,
heard mine. We've repeated ourselves plenty of times. So, but it was good talking to you. I had a good
yeah.
time.
I had fun
I
time.
think you
Yep.
probably figured I was gonna be a lot worse, considering
Well,
things
we got
we say
through.
over here.
Yeah, we didn't mention Jewish people, so we did pretty good. I think.
Dude, I was trying so hard to say corporation instead of Jews. You had no idea. But it was good talking to you. Maybe we can do this again on something a little more entertaining. 'Cause Tariffs is
Sure.
really boring. But yeah, good talking to you. If you want to say something to my chat, I guess you can, but I don't know what you'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say free trade is good. I have models, I have evidence, and you can watch me read about them and debate them on NonFun on YouTube and NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick. And then if you want to say anything to my chat, go ahead.
All right. Talk to you later, buddy. Thanks for this. Maybe we'll do this again sometime. I'll reach out. And have a good night.
You too. Well, that was something. Oh man. Dude, the whole we reached bottom pretty quickly on like the very fundamental disagreements we have, but like he hates free shit, yeah, I know. I don't know, it's so dude, especially when we were talking about like Vietnam and he was like, you really think we're gonna make iPhones in Vietnam if China invades Taiwan? It's like well, presumably there's gonna be a short-term shock, it's like, but you can like sail south from Vietnam and go to the U.S. And he was like, "What? Where?" And I'm like, "South from Vietnam." I think I think I literally said south from Vietnam, like between Indonesia and then like to the U.S. Like it's not like you have to go through Taiwan. I don't know. But yeah, I guess his point was like maybe like this is the South China Sea. Maybe they'll blockade the entire thing. But like at this point, like he's like explaining the exact shipping rate. I know it's like India. You can go from India to the U.S. like You don't have to go to the South China Sea. And I literally mentioned like this happened, like the Suez Canal and all that, like because ships can't go through here, they go around. But guess what? If American investors think it would be profitable to because of the added cost of shipping to go around the Cape, if it is profitable to produce it in America, they will produce it in America. They'll say, I have an opportunity to make a fuck ton of money here because the added cost of shipping from the whatever shit's going down. There's no real argument for full protectionism, open national security, moral, constitutional, concerning. Yeah, I know. And we ran around the circle a lot where it's like, I mean, look, like if you think tariffs are good economically, then you're going to be really willing to implement them anytime there's a potential national security issue. But if you have my opinion on tariffs, which is that they are pretty bad economically, you're going to be very hesitant as to when to implement them, as to when the national security justification justifies the use of the tariff. It's like, obviously, if I think tariffs are bad economically, I'm going to be pretty hesitant to put a tariff on iPhone production in China because, trick all these people into supporting DVCFT. I think his brain would explode if I tried to explain what a DVCFT is. But I will do that on Thursday, I think. DVCFT is kind of hard to explain. I think on Thursday, I have a big debate, open panel thing where I'm going to get dogpiled. I think one of my points there is going to be a VAT is just preferable to this bullshit. Like, if you want to raise revenue, do a VAT. You don't tax intermediate goods, and it is, if you really want to be reciprocal to what these countries are doing, just do a VAT. And I don't know, I think you could, if I do a DVCFT, I'm going to have to be like, okay, let's look at, so currently the corporate income tax only allows companies to depreciate assets over long time periods of time, and it doesn't allow them to do full expensing. And I don't know, I feel like it would go poorly. You spend the entire debate explaining. Yep. Well, that's what every non-fun debate is these days. Okay, it's like, okay, do you know what comparative advantage is? Okay, do you know? So basically, there are three ways countries benefit from trade. They benefit from exchange, they benefit from specialization, and they benefit from economies of scale. And all these things are really good. And then trade, it's like literally just me explaining it's literally, okay, so tax on imports is tax on exports, and we also have to recognize that a trade deficit is equal to net capital inflows. And by the way, it's really important to tell the audience. I think I said it once in this debate, or maybe I didn't. It's really important to tell the audience whenever you're right about something. Just be like, by the way, this is not disputable. Anyone, you can go to Grok, you can go to ChatGPT, you can go to Google and type in, for example, is the trade deficit offset by capital inflows? And it will tell you yes. I think it's really important to do things like that because people are stupid sometimes. So you read Hamilton's 1791 Manufacturing Report and Federalist Number 11. I haven't read them, but I read. Give me a second. This book. This book, which I have on paperback, which talks about it. This is it's Bad Samaritans, The Myth of Free Trade, and the Secret History of Capitalism. It's not a horrible book. I disagree with a lot of stuff in here. I think the evidence is against some of the stuff in here, but I think it's a pretty good book overall. And it mentions things which I do think are true, and have a decent amount of support for them. But it mentions Hamilton. And Hamilton, damn, you have physical books. I'm moving away from physical books because I like online books more. But yeah, who's the publisher of the book? The publisher? You mean the author? The author is. I don't know the publisher. Oh look, fucking Stiglitz. I didn't know Stiglitz. Commented on it. I think there's a Noam Chomsky quote in the back. Yeah, lucid, deeply informed. Striking illustrations. This penetrating study could be entitled Economics in the Real World. Thanks, Chomsky. I'd recommend reading them. Wait, and why did you say you read the stuff Hamilton wrote? Did I say I read? If I said I read them, I was wrong. I'm familiar with them, but I haven't read. I haven't read the primary sources. I've just read, like I said, this book which mentions it, and I've heard people mention it before. I do actually. There is a I disagree with a lot of stuff in his book, but there's good stuff in here. Like, there's a chapter in here, or like a subchapter. I don't know if I can find it. It's called Keynesianism for the Rich, Monetarism for the Poor. Which I kind of like, because it's like, like the rich countries, like whenever we have like a financial crisis or whatever, usually like Europe will kind of penalize itself with austerity sometimes. But a lot of times, like the U.S. will have like a big bailout, like we did for the banks, which, well, I mean, the 2008 bailout money was paid back, and that's a whole, and the quantitative easing actually made a profit. That's a whole other thing. We spend a ton of money. Okay, that's the point. We don't do austerity, but like a lot of these smaller countries, when they get money from the IMF, were kind of forced into doing austerity, and that had some negative effects on them. And I think that's basically right and pretty cool. Oh, I found it. Look, the orange. Hamilton's infinite industry argument. Blah 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 blah. But question: why do you a deal as viewers a deal that benefits the populations of several states but harms others as a net positive? It just depends on how much winning there is overall. First of all, I don't actually know if it is the case that a state overall has not benefited from free trade at this point. I don't know if that's the case. I would guess that the welfare of most of every state in the U.S. is increased overall because of free trade. Even if obviously I would say like maybe Detroit lost out from free trade, but other parts of Michigan benefited from trade. I just think if there's overall more employment, overall higher growth, like that's just a really good thing. Growth is a really good thing. Productivity is a really good thing. That's going to benefit people. That's going to mean more winning now, and also more winning in the long run. It seems like that's a really good thing. The biggest issue I have with this book, okay, is that it's like, oh, these countries were totally not under free trade when they were developing, like the U.S. and Britain. They had a lot of import tariffs and a lot of export subsidies. And it's like, not once in his book does he mention those policies offset each other. Like a tax on imports is a tax on exports, so subsidizing exports and taxing imports actually offset each other. Now, like, you might have sectorial effects if you subsidize imports or tax exports in one industry and subsidize them in another. Like, you're still that's not actually gonna end up being trade neutral or anything. But it's kind of weird that he never mentions like, oh hey, like linear symmetry theorem, by the way. Doesn't Detroit have houses? Well, yeah, Detroit has houses, obviously. Did you check the stats prior to the easing in 2008? What's the stats for what? I answer that it's extremely dubious under Federalist principles. I don't know. Like, I mean, the Constitution grants the authority to do trade stuff with, or to engage in foreign relations and trade and all the things to the federal government, right? Not the states. For wage growth and job loss during transition. I have sort of longer. I think I have stats on like wages and everything going back before 2008, and like even with manufacturing, like I brought up that real manufacturing. I mean, it's not really a stat I have saved. It's just something that I have to look up a lot because it comes up a lot. Like obviously this goes back to the 90s or whatever, but like I don't like specifically since or before 2008. Like I don't know. It seems like wages have pretty consistently risen both pre and post 2008. Was the Conor boy still here? He's gonna be mad at that. Rosamond thing, I was talking about the policy of benefiting a few states rather than harming another. And affordability versus hours worked. That probably has gone down for housing, but like I don't know. It seems like I think Cato actually has an article which would have been directly relevant, which I've read but I didn't take notes on. This talks about it partly too, like this is inflation adjusted compensation. So this is adjusting using PCE, which is a better measure of inflation, and including like retirement benefits and like healthcare benefits as compensation, because wages have to an extent gone down or been stagnant, but that's been made up for with like 401k contributions and everything. And it seems like it's pretty on a pretty steady trend. There might be reasons for thinking, I'm not a ton of reading on this, because like if free trade increases inequality, then like just redistribute wealth, like I would be in favor of doing anyway. But like there might be reasons to believe that free trade would increase inequality because it, for example, decreases the demand for unskilled labor, but increases the demand for skilled labor, because skilled labor is able to like export to all these world markets, but unskilled labor, is kind of that those jobs are exported or like offshore to these world markets, right? Like, the people in Detroit lose out because their jobs go to China, but people in the coastal cities are able to export all their goods to the entire world market, and they're able to increase their productivity and blah, 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 blah. What if we can get the stats of social program impact during those years and adjust for potential lifts? I think there is actually. I feel like fuck. I need to remember. I think I do have a study on like unemployment insurance during the China shock or something. Fuck. I'm trying to remember what it was. It might be a study on like, I think I have a study on it was like the benefits of like retraining programs versus like cash benefits to people whose jobs were offshored, and it seems like it's probably just better to give people cash benefits than it is to like try to retrain them, try to make them code. I disagree with that on a federalist principle, since we would be making decisions now to harm one state and benefit another. I mean, I don't like I don't know. I feel like as long as we have a federal government who, I feel like it makes sense for them to be basically the sole, or like the final say at least on trade policy. And like that, obviously, that's going to involve sometimes hurting states and helping other states. But like almost any decision about like where to spend highway funding, like what highways to build, and are going to have like certain effects on different states. But member states got slighted by the Supreme Court reviewing a case and made the 11th Amendment. Yeah, what about that? I think I should have drilled down on this more. I don't think I mentioned. I think I mentioned the steel tariffs once, that they reduced total manufacturing employment, but I should have mentioned like, hey, by the way, I don't even know if these although he says he doesn't support Trump's tariffs, he wants Trump to go fucking harder. Like it is really hard to get manufacturing back to the level that he would want it to be at, because of like the sort of structural reasons behind its decline in the first place, right? Like productivity has increased a lot. The share of consumer spending devoted to manufactured goods has declined. Like it's really hard to undo those things. Like you're going to unautomate those jobs? Like that's going to like, I guess you can mandate that. And then like what? How are we going to shift consumer spending back towards like manufactured goods? Why would you unautomate? Because he's concerned with the manufacturing share of employment. Shovel and spoons time. Yep. They're standing in the way of progress, non-fun. They are. Well, that's stupid. That's what I'm saying. Although maybe like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I asked him, he would say like, oh, I just want the manufacturing to take place physically in the U.S. and maybe it's fine if it's automated, and we just have and as long as the manufacturing is physically here and like we give money to people somehow. Maybe he's like pro UBI, post labor economics, like yeah. Oh, and also I probably should have mentioned this as well. We should have domestic production so we can maintain the means of production. That's what would allow the U.S. to engage in prolonged conflict. Well, we circled that a lot. And we're just talking about the risk of foreign wars and everything. But fuck cashiers, very true. I need to find. It's this the Behind the Curve book. I should probably keep reading it, but I hate. The website you have to use it on. You have to use it on Columbia University's like proprietary website, and like it fucking sucks. I need this. Is there like a PDF of it yet? Fuck this. Maybe there's got to be a way to convert it to PDF or something. But yeah, we're doing this on Thursday. The stream is finally set up, so 46 hours. Throw down Thursday. Trump's tariffs are hurting America. Look at that beautiful face. I told you this is how I'm. The sunglasses I found on the ground. This is how I'm showing up for the debate. Okay, we're gonna have the sunglasses on. Okay, I need a fucking chain. Is what I need. I need a. I tried looking for this, by the way. I need a hat or necklace. Ideally, I think I'd have. Well, you can't really see my neck. I don't know. I wanted a hat with like just globe emoji on it. I couldn't find one that would ship before like Thursday or whatever. The Center for New Liberalism has one, but it takes forever to ship, and like it doesn't seem like anywhere else has them. Or a like neon sign that's a globe emoji, and there are neon signs that are like globes, but not like the globe emoji that I want, right? Like they're like I don't really want this. I want the globe emoji. So what do you believe? Do you believe parts of the Constitution should be nullified if it means economic growth or more global power? I mean, what do you mean? I don't like if there is like if there was a part of the Constitution that was like incredibly damaging for economic growth, I would support it being repealed. I don't know if I support just nullifying it. I don't think that is really the case, but or I need like I said, I need a necklace with an iced out globe emoji. Okay, I need a chain. It's gonna have a pendant with like globe emoji made out of diamonds. That'd be the ideal, but I'll take these free sunglasses I found on the fucking ground. That's all I need. I'm not sure I agree with people shaping their worldview around a whatever trap. I don't know how to pronounce that. Inevitable war with China. I think people have made wrong conclusions based on Ukraine. Complex supply chains do disincentivize countries to go to war. That I mentioned that once as well, but it's like I think war is probably less likely with integrated supply chains. It seems like that makes countries less likely to go to war. I think there's mixed empirical evidence for that, but natural and inevitable discombobulation that occurs when rising power is threatened to. And I'm also like not. It's like, this is an inevitable thing that's gonna happen. It's like, okay, well, like, I'm not convinced we'd fare that much better under protectionism. Like, I understand, like, some, like, obviously iPhone, if we fully protected iPhone manufacturing and all that was made in the US, well, like, maybe iPhone protection is not disrupted by war of China anymore, but like, we're still gonna have to devote a large sector of our economy towards producing shit to go to war with China. And I mean, maybe he's probably okay with that. He's probably okay with being a World War II war-based economy. Like, I don't know. It's like we're gonna suffer either way. Globalization's going anywhere. I feel like there was another. I definitely have other shit on this, but I think it was effectively nullified under the Commerce Clause. What? Oh, well, we have nullified a few provisions through digital fiat. See the 10th Amendment for reference. That was, I mean, listen, there's another, that you would, is a localist here? Localist would love you. I don't know. I ain't no fucking lawyer, so, like, I don't have strong opinions on has the Commerce Clause been abused or whatever. Is it, 10th Amendment effectively nullified because of the Commerce Clause? Okay, well, I'm gonna prepare more for Thursday, I think, and then I think hold on. I think on Friday too. Real quick, I think I'm on Gibbs's show. What the fuck, Gibbs? I might be on this Thursday, or well, I could only be here for like 30 minutes if I went, which maybe I'll show up and say hi and then leave. But I'm kind of assuming I would be on this. Gibbs hasn't told me anything, but like, I'm guessing I'll be on this Friday. I don't think tomorrow we have any debates. Although maybe I can get one. Maybe I can. Let me. And then after Friday, after I get final, no more trade debates ever. I'm retiring from trade economics. We're only going to be doing monetary economics. We're going to read Charles Goodhart and we're going to read Scott Sumner. We're going to come to a conclusion on whether or not we should target NGDP, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to shit on the gold standard or something. We're going to read Golden Fetters. We're going to read Ben Bernanke. We're going to read everything Ben Bernanke ever wrote, okay? I will be the next Ben Bernanke, okay? And then I'll set up... When is the president going to run on changing the Fed's monetary framework? Okay, that would make all that reading relevant. Okay, that would be the. I want to read this well, and I want to read pop internationalism. I'm more of a legal guy than an econ guy, but I know a bit about manufacturing stuff and impact on states. Yeah. I mean, it's not at all. Again, it's not at all surprising to me that trade is going to have like sectoral effects on everything. But also, what was I gonna? Oh, I need a I still don't this I don't know if I'm just being stupid or if this is confusing other people too. I'm confused what half this shit is. I'm confused how to read this table. Because like advanced manufacturing, like negative 1.8%. Is this so? I'm kind of assuming that means like this is a like negative 0.18% growth rate, right? Because yeah, this is growth rate. Growth rate changes from last quarter, right? Am I correct in assuming that's what this means? Like manufacturing auto sales, like minus 3% from last quarter, right? But then this confuses me because like, you know, like this is PCE personal consumption expenditures, I believe. Like that kind of makes sense. Like, so personal consumption expenditures grew 0.4% from last quarter. And then I'm kind of confused. Equipment, like what is that? Like equipment that, like advanced manufacturing equipment, 10.9%. I don't know what that means. Intel prop prod, 5%. And like, I don't know what some of this stuff. Non-residential struck, 0.4%. Residential investment, but like, is this saying that there's 2.4% residential investment within the advanced manufacturing sector? Is that like, or growth, 2.4% growth of residential investment? That like that doesn't make sense to me. I like, but what else would it mean? Because it makes sense to me. Like, you know, within the manufacturing sector, there's a 31% growth rate in imports. But this is, you'd have to ask the Fed. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Grok. Pretty sure they take calls, do they? They might. And then it's just a gold adjusted thing. Because I think it'd be useful. Which I mean, you can kind of do it. I was doing this at the beginning of the stream. Kind of simplified version of this just by like coming down here and like getting rid of the stuff that's not particularly relevant. Like, you know, you can look at like their forecasted. Let's do it here too. Forecasted growth and like all these things. And it's like it seems like, you know, non-residential fixed investment 0.10% growth, which is less than it usually is. I think this doesn't go back to the. I needed to see if right here, look. So like this is, you know, like 0.20 when it's positive, 0.12, 0.14. And that's only when it's positive, because sometimes it's actually negative. 0.15 for quarter one 2025. Last quarter, like, let's see, like, is it lower? And 0.18, basically the same. Because this is actually going to measure like aggregate business investments. So like whenever someone, I don't know, says some retarded shit like, oh, Apple $2 trillion plant or whatever, it's like, okay, well, if you look at things in aggregate, like seems like there's sometimes a different story. Oh, this, I mean, you know, this shows spending is down, but consumer spending, but investment is non-residential fixed investment is up. But But I'm not sure. I don't think this non-residential fixed investment is the same as. Did you hear the news, bro? Did you hear the news? I have not heard the news. Has the investment gone up? What do you mean? I think this shows like the growth over here is well, this is the forecast for quarter one growth. 0.4 or yeah, 0.4 like non-residential fixed investment growth they project, and then over here it's like 1.08. But they also have, if we go back to the, hold on, where's like March 3rd? So you have March 3rd here. It says consumer spending 0.01, non-residential fixed investment 0.22. But then if we go to the, what the fuck? Does the glossary for all the terms from the BA? Oh, hold on. I'll look that up in a second. The archive of the comments. The March 3rd comments say, the nowcast of first quarter real consumption expenditure growth and real private fixed investment growth fell from 1.3% and 3.5% respectively to 0.0% and 0.1%. I want this number. I want real private fixed investment growth. And that number, this 0.1%, doesn't line up with exactly with the 0.22 here. Although I mean, does the consumer spending does, right? 0.01. They might just be rounding here because 0.01 and 0.0. BEA, GDP now. Nice one, Zach. Glossary of terms. Supplying an additional unit of single-family housing associated with efficiency gains of over 350,000 in San Francisco, over 150,000 in other coastal cities. Crazy. Yep. I hate Democrats. I hate coastal Democrats who don't let people build. Okay. If you want, this is another point. Okay, if you want more Americans working good blue-collar jobs, just make it fucking legal to build shit. Okay. Equipment. Have you seen the birth rates in housing? What do you mean? You know where we got the labor pool for that? Well, we used to have immigrants who would come work in construction. But not anymore. Yeah, construction pays more than manufacturing at the moment, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's not surprising, but I don't know for sure, but yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, survey. Wait, guys, I gotta take the BA survey. I guess, okay, guess this is one I'm gonna take a survey. Oh, what the fuck? Just take the same physical test Trump took. I don't know. I should. I think that'll make me look pretty good. I'm 6'5", and you guys don't have any evidence that I'm not. So 6'5" and 90 pounds, baby. One of those two things is true. I'm more than 90 pounds. I'm like 110-ish. But I'm not 6'5", believe it or not. Trouble zone for cooking a book, so medical reports are no different. Yep. Dude, it will be. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. It will be fucking sad, okay? If anything, actually, even if Trump does nothing to the BLS, because the BLS needs more funding, like this year, this fiscal year, in order to modernize the current population survey. And they're probably not going to get it. It will be sad if Trump does it, which I don't know if he will. But it will be sad if Trump does something to the BLS or to the BEA, to these, data collection agencies, or if Doge. If Doge does something where they start, I don't know, purging a lot of the workers and the survey response rate falls, and like, that'll be sad. That'll be sad. Or obviously, if the Fed boss battle, okay, happens, that'll be. Dude, I saw on Twitter today. I can see it happening. I can absolutely see, especially Doge, but technically Doge can't make that decision on their. Well, I know technically they're only supposed to be an advisory thing or whatever, but whether or not, first of all, I think it, I don't keep up with Doge court cases, but my understanding it is in dispute whether or not all their actions have actually been advisory or whether they have actually fired workers themselves. I think that my understanding is that is in dispute. Who do you think the next Fed chair will be? I honestly have no clue. Because I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know that many candidates to begin with. But it's hard to know how insane of a person Trump will be able to get through. Because he wasn't able to get that insane people. Like, I mean, Powell's not insane. Powell's pretty chill. I think he tried to get, what was it? I feel like it was, there was some girl, I think, that Trump nominated that wasn't able to get through. Fuck, I forget now. But he wasn't able to get that much done in his first term with the Fed. So apparently Marco Rubio got pissed at Elon during USAID stuff because he acted without State Department sign-off. Yeah. Didn't he try that racist guy? It might have been. I feel like Trump appoints woman federal. I feel like why is it this girl? Federal Reserve Governor Bowman? No, it couldn't have been this because they're just elevating someone. Right? Or am I thinking? I might just be thinking of the fact that he replaced Janet Yellen. There was someone who I think literally liked the gold standard. Thought he tried to appoint Stephen Moore. Well, I think I don't know. I think he ran through a few people, right? Yes, Senator. 0% inflation target might be popular. Yeah, so she wants 0% inflation, right? Yeah. I'm probably thinking of her. Who's authored a new book about money titled Good as Gold. Oh, man. Hardly the first controversial taken by Shelton, who has called for a return to the gold standard. Yeah, I'm thinking of yeah. Yeah, this girl. Yep. Yeah, thanks, Catrix. Yeah. Which like I saw this on Twitter today. Like there's this guy who like bets no on everything. It's like, will Trump end the Department of Education? No. Like all this stuff. Like will Trump? Well, it says will Trump remove Powell in the first 100 days? No, but there is a will Trump try and fire Powell before June? And he has a yes on this one. And this guy is up like 2 million all time. But I guess he doesn't think Trump will be successful or whatever. So let's try. Although before June, so I guess there's a little more time. What do you think about the? What do you think of Selgin type free bankers? I don't know what why we need after the trade stuff to read more about monetary policy. What is it? I know who Selgin is. I know who Selgin is. It's just like a. I know this guy. I know this guy. I know this guy. Is this the person you're talking about? Modern free banking scheme? It's gotta be. I feel like I don't know. I might have just seen people talk about his stuff before. I don't know. I mean, it just feels like it makes sense to. It's actually pro NGDP targeting. I'm probably pro NGDP targeting. To be fair, seems to make sense to me. But I don't know. It just seems like central banks are like mostly a good thing. Seems like it's reasonable to have like monopoly on currency and like have a Federal Reserve that can do quantitative easing and calm down panics and things like that, and respond to shocks appropriately for the most part, except when they don't respond to them appropriately, but. And it seems like fiat money is probably, I think about it. I don't know. Do the modern free banking people want commodity money? Usually free banking involves commodity, like gold backed money, right? Gold and silver backed money. I think that's usually, I don't know, maybe the modern free banking school people don't want that, but like, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of issues with commodity based money. When it comes to deflation, the risk of deflation, and the ability of I guess I don't want a central bank, but the ability to do monetary policy when you're restricted with how much money you can print, I guess. But yeah, Washington wasn't sure about the National Bank. You should read his presidential signing orders. I mean, I think maybe I'll do rating on the law one time, but I think the legal argument against a central bank is probably, I don't know how good it is, but it's probably has some standing, which is why I was talking yesterday with sample text. He was like, oh, if you could do one constitutional amendment and one and 3 laws or whatever, I was considering I might just my constitution. You know what my constitutional amendment would be? Okay, it'd be saying we're gonna set up the Federal Reserve, okay, and we're gonna set up a sovereign wealth fund, okay. The U.S. shall have a central bank. A central bank in charge of banking regulation and monetary policy. And the U.S. shall have a sovereign wealth fund, okay? That'd be my constitutional amendment. Just because I am worried. I am worried that I'm worried that Trump has an argument the Supreme Court will accept that he does have the ability to fire Jerome Powell and these independent agencies are all actually under the executive branch or whatever, even if they don't go, which first of all, I'm not convinced that the Supreme Court wouldn't go full unitary executive theory. I'm not convinced that that's the case that they would be totally against that. But even if they don't go full unitary executive theory, I feel like there might be a leeway there, and I don't like that. Washington doubted his constitutionality, but deferred because he did not want to cause chaos in an early Republic legislator. Plus, pretty sure he had already used a veto on the Militia Act. Okay. Although deflation might sound amazing to consumers, who doesn't like discounts? In practice, falling prices cause people to delay buying stuff. After all, why spend $300 on a grill today? Blah, blah, yeah. I think there is actually. Maybe we will read. There's a book published by the Cato Institute. Cato, the Case for Zero? Or Less Than Zero? The Case for a Falling Price Hub in a Growing Economy. Oh, this is literally by George. I remember where I know George Selgin from. He wrote this book. Or I don't know, maybe we'll check it out. But like it seems like everything to believe deflation tends to be pretty bad. There's actually a paper. Um, fuck, I forget what it was called now. There's a paper. I remember this paper that found like deflation generally has like pretty negative effects. I remember it because it was written by someone with the same last name as me. I think it was spelled differently, but Kaufman deflation study. It might be this. It might not be this actually, because I think it was oh no, it might be this, but I feel like it was him and another author. I think it was this, which I think is actually. I'm pretty sure it's this. Self-doxing the same day as a corporate debate. Brave. I've definitely told people my name. I have no issue with people knowing my real name, which is Non-Fawn Kaufman with two F's and two N's. Definitely for sure. See, now people don't know. See, now people don't know the spelling of my last name. See, I studied a link between real activity and deflation, taking into account measurement problems in the 19th century CPI data. Replications based on modern data show that measurement problems spuriously increase the volatility of inflation as well as the number of deflationary episodes, and they lower inflation's persistence. As a consequence, estimates of a link between real activity and deflation may be
attenuated.
Oh, sorry, attenuated. I know that word. Fuck, I'm stupid. Because of the errors and variables problem, I found that real activity was on average substantially lower than 19th century deflation. Lower during 19th century deflation in the U.S. after controlling for measurement error. Then, using IV regression approach. Moreover, is this Roman numeral? The average, God, I need to take a fucking statistics class. The average shortfall in real activity was not significantly different compared to the Great Depression. Using well-measured data for Panel 17 industrialized economy shows that milder deflations were associated with lower output gap, but the association with GDP growth is not statistically significant. This is a good quote. I like this quote. Thus, inflation is unjust and deflation is inexpedient. Of the two, perhaps deflation is if we rule out exaggerated inflation, such as that it's Germany, the worse, because it is worse in an impoverished world to provoke unemployment than to disappoint the rentier. The rentier. But it's not necessarily that we should weigh one evil against the other. It is easier to agree that both are evils to be shunned. Source of deflation, not a mystery. Inflation is almost all cases a side effect of a collapse aggregate demand, a drop in spending so severe that producers must cut prices on an ongoing basis in order to find buyers. What? Anyway. This seems like deflation due to what? Seldon's case for less than zero productivity seems a positive productivity. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah. There was an argument about this, I remember. God, it's so nice. It's so nice that, because I don't know as much econ as a lot of people around me, and because the people around me are different breeds of, post-Keynesians or neoliberals, whatever I want, okay? I know whatever I want a confirmation bias, I can, okay? Because, if I think deflation, if I have like an intuition that deflation is bad, I can just be like, hey, Sam, my buddy Sam, send me shit about why deflation is bad. Okay. And because he knows more than me, like I know it'll all be like stuff I haven't seen before and stuff like I don't know the response to. And if I want to know why deflation is good, I can be like, hey, sample text. Send me something about why deflation is good. I think I saw them arguing on Twitter about I think it was Sam and Gabe Econ arguing on Twitter about deflation because there was I feel like there was some like viral tweet about deflation. And it was Sam and Jason Harrison. I remember. That shit was funny. Hold on, let me see if I can find the What, is that the same Sam as the one on Twitter? Probably. Presumably there's not that many post-Keynesian Sams on Twitter. Oh, I remember what it was. It was there was a SDL tweet. SDL was responding to someone and basically said, someone basically said deflation always bad, and response is, well, it depends on what caused it. Yeah. I think SDL, someone tweeted something stupid about deflation. And SDL, I think, made a generally good point in his tweet about like, economists overwhelming support like a 2% inflation target because blah, 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 deflation tends to sticky wages, all that shit. And I think like Jason Harrison replied to that, and like Sam co-tweeted it, and it was a fun day on Twitter. I remember, yeah. But I mean, it probably makes like, I don't know. And I mean, intuitively, it feels like, deflation. In the case of productivity increases, it's like not that bad. I don't think. In fact, like part of the reason inflation is 2%, not not higher, is that the price of goods has deflated to a large extent. A lot of goods are the price of goods is deflating, and the price of services is inflating because bubble effect and all that. And it seems like that's more or less what kind of evens each other out. So inflation is usually around 2 to 3%. Obviously not all goods are deflating, but Nick has shown how to deal with people who show up unannounced. Her age charges are still pending. I don't know how old that was. What? Is that when we're still talking about Nick Fuentes? Damn. Anyway, okay. Probably gonna go on a walk, and probably, I don't know how much I'll read off stream because I'm bad at reading off stream, but I think I'll compile and organize my notes a little bit better off stream a little bit. But we had a lot of people here today. It was really fun. I appreciate all you guys being here. Love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. All that jazz. Head over to on Twitch. I guess you can go to got a min-max here, okay? But I think Vasora has the most viewers while still being willing to shout me out. Okay. Go to Vasora. Responding to a guy YouTube chat, guy telling you to be scared of growing. Yeah. On YouTube, redirect ad, search. I can send you to tomfoolery as always, or Ludwig. Probably gonna go with tomfoolery. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I wish Jason was more willing to debate. Yeah, it is. Is the convoy still here? I would pay for the convoy Jason Harrison Sovereign Wealth Fund debate. That'd be fucking goated. Or if Jason Harrison just wanted to pop into my stream from time to time and confirm my priors, that'd be the bet. That'd be like the best version of. Like anytime I need to argue, anytime I need the market monetarist, neoliberal, okay. Anytime I want to argue for NGDP targeting, come in and confirm my priors, okay. That's what I need. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Love streaming. Love all that. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool and meaningful. All you guys stop by to watch me. You should all subscribe, follow me, all that stuff. See you guys later.